Okay, the recording has started. This is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, April 1st, 2026, regular meeting. The time is 4:03 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committee convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of this agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. A reminder for those who have joined us via WebEx, please note that we are not using the chat option in WebEx, as those written statements are not visible to members of the public who are attending the meeting in person or have called in. You may indicate your desire to be recognized by raising your hand in the application by pressing *3, or using, if *3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise raising your hand in the application. Chair Yankee, that completes my initial announcements. Oh, sorry. All mics are on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeYoung, if you could call item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. On the call of the roll, Member Schmidt. Schmidt absent. Member LaHood. LaHood absent. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Sugarman present. Member Kumar.
Present.
Kumar present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Anderson present. Member Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Pilpel present. Member Sangiarardi.
Present.
Sangiarardi present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Vice Chair Stein. Stein present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Yankee present. And our ex officio member is not going to be present today. Sorry.
Member Adams.
Spot. Michael Adams, it will not be present today, the ex officio member from the mayor's office. I do not know of any agenda changes at this time.
Okay, the only agenda change I'm aware of was a request from the San Francisco Recreation and Park Department representative to be heard earlier in the schedule. There's a few items on the complaint hearing agenda that are return ones. I will ask after item number 16, which is the last of the return ones, if the complainant and respondent for file number 25094 mind switching spots, so we can accommodate that if possible. We'll deal with that when we get there. And that's all I had. Anyone else? If not, let's open it up to public comment.
There being no agenda changes, I believe we can move on to the next item.
Yep.
Next on the agenda is item number 2, approval of the March 4th, 2026 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting minutes.
Okay, these minutes were timely posted and available, I believe, for all members to review. So if there's any last minute changes, they're major, we should discuss them. If not, is there a motion to approve? And for the record, Member LaHood is present at 4:07 p.m. Do you have something, Member Popel?
Yes, I did not have an opportunity, I'm sorry, to review the minutes or the orders, so I'm going to vote no. If I see anything of consequence, I will let you know. I did notice a couple of minor typos.
Okay. That being said, is there a motion to approve then? Okay, moved by Member Anderson. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Member Sangiarardi. Let's go ahead and take public comment on that.
Give me a moment. I still getting my documents in the right place. Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time, you may approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone or raise your hand using the application. Just double checking. I do not see any hands raised at this time, and there are no members of the public there's nobody in the room for public comment at this time.
Okay, so public comment is closed. We can take the vote on that motion.
One moment. Yes, on the vote to approve the meeting minutes. On that motion, Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Schmidt absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Philpell.
No.
Philpell, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein. Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Philpell dissenting or voting no.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 3 then.
Item number 3, approval of the order determinations. Do you want me to read the file numbers?
I think it's necessary.
Okay. Item 3, approval of orders of determination.
Okay, same with this item. Are there any edits to them? If not, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Member Anderson. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Member San Girardi. Let's go ahead and open that one up to public comment.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this matter, you may approach the podium at this time. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone to raise your hand. Otherwise, you may use the application to raise your hand, indicate you'd like to make public comment. There are no members of the public who have indicated public comment at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can go ahead and take the vote on that.
On that motion, Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Philpell.
No.
Philpell, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Philpell dissenting in committee.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4 is a hearing, Department of Technology presentation on redaction software for metadata.
Okay, I believe we have some attendees from the Department of Technology joining us for a kind of a brief presentation here. Before they get started and while we get them promoted to panelists, I'll turn it over to Member Wolf if he wanted to give us just a couple-minute intro onto the background of this agenda item.
Sure. Thank you for giving us time for this. We've heard in a few of our hearings, a few complaints in the past where metadata had been redacted without any explanation. And while we have had some introduction to the metadata redactor, it is now pretty much fully functional. And I think it's a good time to get an update on how it's working, since it has been presented as being in use by several departments or agencies that have come before us. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to, who's it going to be, Arlene or Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy, welcome. You're muted. Can't hear you.
All parties have control over their own mics at this time.
I get it. It's on his end. Nope.
Jeremy, you have just muted yourself. Now that's good.
Still can't hear him.
I can
Jeremy, if you are speaking, we don't hear you, but your mic is unmuted from what I can see.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Is that coming through? All right.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Not used to WebEx here.
Mhm.
So good afternoon, Chair Yankee and task force members. My name is Jeremy Pollock. I'm a legislative analyst for the Department of Technology. I'm going to give just a very brief intro and then hand it off to Arlene Likudin, who is our principal business analyst for this project. And we're also joined on the line by Paul Merlin, who's platform engineer manager responsible for this project. And so, yeah, we're here to present to you on the tool our team has built for metadata redaction. And just wanted to emphasize at the start kind of the scope of this tool, and that this tool is limited to redactions that are covered under the information security exemption that's part of the California Public Records Act. And that specifically that's in government code section 7929.210. And so this tool only redacts metadata related to that exemption. And in relation to the Sunshine Ordinance that is covered under the section 67.21K that provides for topics that aren't covered under the Sunshine Ordinance, defers to the CPRA, the California Public Records Act. And so with that introduction, I hand it off to Arlene to walk through the presentation.
Sure. Hey, thanks, Jeremy. Good afternoon, Chair Yankee and members of the task force and everyone in attendance. My name is Arlene. I'm with Department of Technology. So thank you for the opportunity to present the metadata redactor tool, which Department of Technology developed and was implemented in 2021 to support the city's commitment to transparency while ensuring that documents released to the public remain protected from misuse from malicious actors. If I may, I want to ask the chair and the members of the task force if I could turn my camera off during presentation to avoid bandwidth problem. My Wi-Fi is a bit spotty lately, so, but I will turn my camera back on after the presentation.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
I may. This is Clerk Peterson. Clerk Young, the Department of Technology's PDF is ready for sharing.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Pat. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So if you could go on the next slide, please. So to provide context and background on metadata, in 2019, the city and county of San Francisco received a significant number of public records requests, specifically asking or seeking email and calendar metadata. At that time, most departments were not familiar with how to locate, extract, or produce metadata in response to this request. Next slide, please. So to give you a, so this slide explains what we mean by metadata. It is a information attached to electronic files, emails, documents, calendars that describes how the file was created and used. Examples include the file's creation date, sender and recipient information, subject lines, and calendar header fields. Metadata is essential for systems to function, but it can also contain sensitive details, including PII or very sensitive technical information. If we provide files in their native format, we may unintentionally disclose metadata that could reveal internal routing or other details we do not intend to release. This is why understanding metadata is critical when responding to public records requests. Next slide, please. So these slides highlight the types of metadata that qualify for security exemptions. The attack surface reduction, some metadata exposes internal technical details such as routing paths or system information that could expand the city's attack surface if disclosed. Preventing targeted attacks. Metadata can reveal operational patterns that make targeting, phishing, or social engineering attempts easier, redacting these fields reduces that risk. Compliance and data leakage, right? Certain metadata may contain sensitive or legally protected information. For example, facilities or security teams may exchange emails about building access, keycard issues, or workplace changes. The metadata can expose physical office location, network infrastructure descriptions, user identifier information. All this could create security risk if exposed publicly. And one of the things that the fourth column, which is a real world threat scenario, there have been past incidents where metadata was used to map or probe internal systems targets, vulnerable internal mail flow. This examples underscores why careful metadata review is essential. A simple personal example for me is that when we work from home and send emails, we don't always think about hidden information behind the scenes, but an email sent from your house can include metadata that shows the approximate location of where it was sent. It can also reveal details about your home internet connection or network setup. If that email is later released through a public records request, that metadata could be disclosed, potentially exposing information about your home or network that could, someone could exploit. Next slide, please. Now, this slide introduces the Meta Redactor tool developed by Department of Technology. DT created this open source application to give all city departments a consistent, accurate way to redact metadata. Like in the beginning, when I said that, before, we don't really, a lot of the departments don't really even know how to extract or locate what metadata is, right? Users, this tool actually allows users to upload emails, messages, raw metadata text files, or zipped folders containing multiple items. The goal is to simplify metadata redaction, reduce errors, and protect sensitive information while still supporting transparency. Next slide, please. So once the desired files are uploaded and ready for redaction, the user then clicked on Redact Files and Download. The tool automatically identifies and redacts security-sensitive metadata fields and clearly notes CalGov 7920.210 information security. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the Sunshine Ordinance 67.21K provides that public records disclosed is governed by CPRA in areas that the ordinance does not specifically address. California Government Code 7929.210 allows agencies to withhold information if releasing it would compromise the security of a public agency's technology systems, and it also protects data that could be used to identify system vulnerabilities, access points, or internal configurations. In practical terms, this means that agencies must prevent the release of any technical details that could help someone gain unauthorized access to city networks or system. Metadata often contains exactly that type of information. So when we redact metadata, we are not removing content arbitrarily. We are following a state law that requires agencies to protect information that could reveal system weaknesses or expose technology infrastructure. Redacting metadata ensures we meet two obligations at the same time: honoring transparency and public access, and safeguarding the city's information system from potential misuse. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Members, do we have any brief questions for them?
I do.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Okay, so as you correctly outlined in 7929.210, it basically that basically says that nothing is required from disclosure if of an information security record. Okay, so I imagine what you're claiming here is that in the headers, as we've seen, you can see in the redaction part, each one of those sections that you redacted is each one considered a record?
Correct. That is correct. Those are the sensitive records where we are redacting.
Okay, and
in
do
those
you
instances.
have and unfortunately the CPRA doesn't outline what consists of an information security record.
Mhm.
So I suppose they leave it up to the local agency to develop that. Do you have an actual outline or guidance document of what are information security records?
Sure. During the development phase of the tool, we are actually in communication with cybersecurity, with our department, what constitute or could mean potential, headers or whatnot that is actually in the metadata. So what could be construed to be affecting security, right? So we do have a list of information that that we put them in a deny list, basically stating that these are all of the security reasons or the security headers that we are excluding and citing information security. So as Chair Yankee, sorry, Member Wolf, if you look at the before and the after, you can actually see the records up on top. What was redacted is basically the same file, the before and after. So you can see the record from, although it is a dummy email.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess, for the purposes of the task force, if the tool is going to be used and you have it set up for specific deny list of information, information that would be redacted or not disclosed, it would be good if we had a copy of whatever a list of information, even including for PDFs or any other files that you may have, because lots of times folks will come in, they'll come in, they'll say, well, we use the redaction tool, and they don't have, there's a requirement that each redaction be keyed with an explanation. And so they come without that, and they don't know anything about how the redaction tool works.
No, absolutely, Member Wolf. I can definitely send you, if you want, I can send you a copy of the deny list after this. I can send it to Pat. Would that be okay? Would that suffice?
Yeah, I think that will get us rolling here. All right, I'll stop there. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member Kumar?
First question, can I get a hyperlink that allows me to test this tool? Is it possible to get that?
Right now, it's only limited to the city and county of San Francisco, unfortunately.
That's my concern, because unless I test it and I don't know how it works, I can't really give you my concerns about it. Also, I have to say, what about documents where stuff is already redacted? Like if I put the document into the open source redactor tool, what happens?
Well, so what happened if you actually, so this is two-part, right? We're looking for, when you say metadata, that before it gets to our system, it's already pre-processed in other pre-processing, software, like let's say Next Request, right? Next Request already have, they have the metadata, and before putting it in the metadata redacting tool, they've actually had their own, redaction that they did, right? And then that's fine, because when you go over to the tool, it will identify the very specific headers that needs to be redacted. So it doesn't matter unless the overlapping of information from what was redacted before actually comes into play. But I don't think it's going to be a problem though. But that's a very good question. Thank you.
All I want to say, I'm a little, so if you ask me to give a go ahead, I can't give a go ahead unless I use it and see for myself what I can get out of it. Because when it comes to metadata, I don't have a list of what metadata you consider, like what were the key terms that you had. That list is not available to me. I don't know what, I mean, I know what you're considering metadata, but I need to know, I need to use it myself to figure out if I'm getting the information that I want. And the other thing is that I also want to try it on different browsers and see which one it's working on, because a lot of the times stuff just doesn't load on like Chrome, and then I have to go to Safari. Like it's just all these complications that I'm concerned with.
No, I actually, what we can do is we can give you access if you really do need to see the application. Of course, we can do that. Also, what I also mentioned to Member Wolf before is that I can definitely give you guys the list of the information or the headers that we are actually redacting. So we can start from there. And then you guys can go right ahead and I can give you access to the tool. Of course.
Thank you. I love testing, so thanks a lot.
Yes, no, I totally get it. No, I mean the tool itself actually do work. Consistent in a lot of ways, and not in a lot of ways. It's always consistent. It's very accurate when it comes to redacting. It's consistent. But thank you for the question.
Member Pippa?
Yes, and I will try to be brief. I just want to confirm and emphasize a couple of things. First of all, thanks to Jeremy and Arlene, both of whom I know, and I don't know Paul Merlin, but I'm sure he's doing a fine job over there. Just to confirm, this only applies to metadata, not to the content of a document. And as to the metadata, it's only those security sensitive elements that were discussed. So with our example on page 6 and 7, it's mostly just routing information that's being redacted with a redaction note citing the section. So the typical header information that's at the bottom of page 6 and the bottom of page 7, none of that is being redacted. So the from, to, the subject line, CCs, all of that, if any of that is redacted, that's on the department side. That's not through this tool. This tool is only redacting these security sensitive elements. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So my two quick questions. How long does the tool take to operate? Is it like a few seconds, a minute, or so? I mean, is it brief depending on the size of the document?
It is actually quite brief. I mean, that was part of the problem we were having before, is that how to turn around documents, because you can imagine if you have an email that's actually looking for metadata, to actually go over each line of those metadata to actually redact them, manually. I mean, that takes a lot of time. And this tool actually allows us to actually submit, being transparent and being consistent when it comes to redacting sensitive information.
So an email or a PDF if submitted through the tool shouldn't take very long?
2 minutes. It doesn't take very long.
So what I want to emphasize there is that departments should not say, we use this tool and it took us another 2 weeks to redact it. It should be, we use this tool and it took us 2 minutes to redact these particular elements. So
it depends on how big the file is. I mean, sometimes users may load like, I don't know, a zip file. A zip file, I mean, you can, because sometimes we tell people just do it 50 pages at a time.
okay.
I mean, if you put a lot of information in there, I mean, redaction do take a while to actually redact, but it doesn't take you all day to actually redact it.
That was my point. And then my last question, have has DT checked with other cities, counties, other public agencies about how they deal with metadata redaction?
Oh.
And is this consistent? Is this unique? Is this a tool that others could use? What do we know about the field out there?
You know what?
Thanks.
This is very unique to the city and county of San Francisco because when we were originally creating this open source tool, there was no other in the city. There was no other in other cities and counties. So this is very unique. I mean, if you can imagine other cities, you know, using the tool like this, it would actually help them a lot. It would save them time. It could save them headaches of vulnerabilities and stuff like that and releasing metadata.
Might be interesting to learn how others do it now and
Absolutely.
benefits and drawbacks. Okay, thank you very much.
Sandra,
Thanks. Thanks. Ben.
I have a question. When you say like 2 minutes, is that per document? Like, would
Yeah.
departments be able to upload like a lot of separate documents, and that runs concurrently for taking away the metadata, or do they have to like do it consecutively one after another? So in essence, if someone makes a public records request that includes 600 records that they found, they have to individually do each one.
You know what? I haven't. Well, the only time that I've actually used the metadata redacting tool was in the beginning when we get a lot of requests from anonymous at that point in time when we have to load a lot of documents, and you know, I would do it 50 at a time, and it would take us. It would take us not very long. I mean, because the it really depends on the size of the documents. You know, also the base 64, it could really be a lot because images is different, you know. So we actually have a way of handling the base 64 at that point in time too. But yes, it's different. If it's a zip file, it could cause some problems.
So I guess maybe I would just have us exercise a little grace as city departments are trying to figure this out and identifying like how much time it's actually going to take them or add on to them producing these documents. There are certain kinds of requests that require like immediate response, and this could potentially take quite a bit of time. It's unclear how much, but I'm saying at the beginning, as they're figuring out how to use this tool, I think we should provide a little bit of grace.
Absolutely. Well, also I have to say that not a lot of departments. So remember, this was developed. This was 2021. It's been a while since, you know, we actually got. It's very seldom that we get metadata requests because they have. I mean, public users or a requester needs to be very explicit when they ask for for metadata. We don't just give metadata. They have to specifically ask for it and say that I want metadata for such and such and such email. We do not just release metadata. No, we don't. We don't do that. They have to explicitly ask for it.
Member LaHood.
Yeah, just point of clarification for Member Sanjardi and others who may have missed that reference. The reference was to Anonymous, who was a public records request power user, who it sounds like perhaps inspired this, but maybe to good effect, because now there's a tool that others can use.
Certainly, yes.
Okay, yeah, just real fast, Member Wolf, before I forget you, I just want to say I want to make sure that we get to the next item before the 5 o'clock hour. So let's try to wrap up the question. If you have a brief one, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah,
Let's try to.
real quick. 2 quick questions. One is, first of all, this probably will work fairly quickly because headers are only so long. They're not pages and pages and pages. Usually maybe 2 pages, if that. So, and you're not looking to redact too much stuff. But what I see here that's included in there are a number of things like the authentication results, the DKIM signature, maybe an SPF file reference. I'm just wondering, those things generally are not traceable. They don't really offer a whole lot of information because it's a big hash. It's like a big gobbledygook, number,
True. So when we actually, the file that I'm going to give you or the document that I'm going to give is that it will basically list all of these headers and the reason why it's being, and what category they fall
Okay.
under, and the reason why it's being redacted.
Okay, perfect. That's great. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Um,
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And Mr. Chair, if there are no more questions, I'd just like to thank Arlene, Jeremy, and the DT team for the work they're doing, including Paul, who's came and supported them here today. I think this is really good to get a lot of our new members also plugged in. We had, I think it was the Planning Commission had, felt a little dumbfounded as to not being able to answer what the redaction was, what it was redacting.
Right.
And they couldn't really answer our questions about it. So that's kind of where this got prompted. So appreciate your time and your quick explanation. And it would be great if we could, if some of us can demo it. I think that would be helpful too. So we have an understanding what other people's experience is at the same time. With that, I hand it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Wolf, and thank you to everyone from Department of Technology for joining us. No action on this item, but we will open it up to. Sorry?
One quick thing. Member Pilpel again. Just a thought, if not all departments are familiar with this tool, perhaps this is a topic that could come up in the custodian of records discussions so that department representatives have some familiarity with it and maybe going over a similar presentation to this with department reps would help educate them. Just a thought.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Member Pipel. I will definitely ask during the on our next custodian working group. Yes, I will definitely make sure that everyone in the working group knows about the redacting tool.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we move to the next item, let's just open it up to public comment in case there is any.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this item, you may approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on your telephone to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can use your application to raise your hand and indicate you'd like to make public comment on this matter. I do not see any indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws related to Article 1, Section 3 and Article 4, Sections 4, 5, 6, 9, and 11.
Okay, so members, we had some discussion about this at our last meeting, but could not take action because it wasn't noticed properly. This time it was noticed properly. And so before we go to the action phase, maybe I'll let someone from Complaint Committee give us one more update on it. And I know Member Pilpel had some suggestions as well, so I'll let him present on his, and then we can see what we want to do. So Chair Schmidt isn't here, so I don't know if Vice Chair Stein and Member Sugarman, if either of you want to present on behalf of the Complaint Committee.
Yeah, I'll just say we actually did not change anything from the initial hearing that we had last month on this. So it's basically we're putting forward the exact same proposal, although we're open to amending it if people think that that's, makes sense. And I'll just reiterate that this came out of the Complaint Committee as an effort to think about how we could more effectively and efficiently kind of move our meetings along so that we can, continue our goal of implementing the law's being practical and timely in our implementation of the law. And we thought that these proposals would help focus and sharpen member contributions to discussion and question periods and complaint procedures, and also in terms of their understanding of items that are on the agenda, why they're there, have some context for it so that they can read them more intentionally for what they might need to do with them. That's kind of the impetus of where this came.
Okay, thanks. And Member Pilpel, did you want to briefly describe yours?
Yeah. Just very briefly, the first two are pretty straightforward and clerical. The third just changes the order, the regular order of business to more closely conform to what we currently do. And the fourth is the most substantive, changes the order slightly of presentations on complaints, consolidates all non-party testimony with public comment. Prior to introducing motions, we would still have the opportunity to reopen public comment if we wanted to, but we would basically be seeking all public comment on a matter after rebuttals and prior to the task force discussion. It would also reduce the presentation time from 5 and 3 for complainants and respondents with initial and rebuttal to 4 and 2, which in my view actually saves real minutes, as I think would the consolidating public comment. So I'll leave it at that on mine. I did want to note that there was a notice of public hearing that was posted on the website. Doesn't have a posting date, was not in the packet tonight, nor were the current bylaws. So in the future, when we consider bylaws changes, I think including the notice in the packet and the current version of the bylaws is useful, because otherwise one has to take the current bylaws and say, okay, well, if we amend Article 4, Section 6, I mean, it doesn't require marked revisions, but at least having the base document in the agenda packet would have been better, in my view. Thanks.
But it was posted, it met the requirements.
Yeah, met the requirement.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if we wanted to take these one by one and kind of work through that.
I
kind of
should
easier?
have said that that was the intent of the
Okay.
complaints committee, was to take them separately, even though we brought them forward together.
Okay, I think it'd be easier so we don't kind of jumble our thoughts. So why don't we start with, if we're looking at the attachments, the first one. I don't know if people have specific thoughts on that one.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member.
How was this identified as a problem?
Only by the complaint committee.
So a problem in your committee, not at the full task force.
Well, we were discussing issues that we had with how meetings were done. And one of the things was we felt like there are items that come up on the agenda and we don't really know why they're there. It will just be like a bill or a something or something else, and there's no description of why it's there. We don't know why we're reviewing it at the time that we're reviewing it. And we felt like it would be good to have a little bit more context and surround. So we identified it as a problem in thinking about how to make the meetings more effective and pointed and have good understanding.
Got it. So it's not trying to stop those items from being on the agenda, but providing more information for people who are not involved in putting them on the agenda.
Yeah, and
Got
making sure that information is there if they're going to be there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Did we want to make a motion then on proposal number 1?
I have a quick question.
I'll go ahead, Member Wolf.
So are the witnesses or people that are a party or connected to the complaining or responding party, where are they, or are we not at that point yet?
No, I think we're taking them one by one. So I think you're talking about number 4. We'll get there.
We're
I just want to.
Okay.
on number 1, setting agendas in the SOTF bylaws, and we're just
Okay,
saying.
got it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll hold.
Okay.
Stand it back.
All right. So did we want to make a motion then on number 1? Now's the time.
I'll make a motion to accept item number 1 as a bylaws amendment.
Okay. So moved by Vice Chair Stein to accept the proposal and the first proposal to amend the bylaws. Is there a second to that?
Second by Member Highland.
Seconded by Member Highland. Okay. Member.
Brief comment on that. I could support this. I just want to, not seeing what the actual bylaws look like, I could support this, assuming that the formatting will be consistent with the rest of the bylaws.
Yeah. Vice Chair Stein, I think this is is this a new sentence that goes in there or a new section or?
Yeah, the bold is are new sentences that go into that section, and the ones that are not bolded are already there.
Right, but assuming the lettering system, as long as it's consistent and doesn't introduce like are they capital letters, small letters? Like I just want it to be consistent within the bylaws so it doesn't make it complicated.
What you were saying, if you're using like numbers or letters.
Yeah, yeah. So like the
construction.
ABC, yeah. Or if the construction is parallel to the rest of the bylaws, all for it.
I'm not entirely sure right now, but
That's what I'm saying. If
I
we
think- I
just
think that's
ask for
clear.
that to be done, I think the language works.
Yeah, I'll work with them, and our administrator will make sure that it conforms to the standard, so we don't bounce back and forth between formats. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Let's open that up to public comment, and we can take a vote after that.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who like to make public comment on amendment number 1 regarding setting agendas in the SOTF bylaws, you may approach the podium at this time or press *3 on the telephone, or otherwise raise your hand on the application to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I see no indications of public comment on amendment number 1.
Okay, let's take a vote on that then.
Yes, on amendment number 1. On that motion, Vice Chair Stein.
aye.
Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member San Girardi.
Abstain.
There's no,
You can't.
No?
Nope.
Damn. No.
San Girardi, no. Member Wolf.
No.
Are we still calling?
We're still waiting for indication by Member Wolf.
He said no.
Oh, my
I
apologies.
said no.
I didn't hear it. Member Wolf, no. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with members Pilpil, San Girardi, and Wolf voting no.
Okay, let's go to the second one. Do we have comments on that? Actually, I do have a couple questions on this. So my question, I guess, is how this is envisioned to interact with Robert's rules. And so typically the way Robert's rules is set up, and we don't follow Robert's rules, is that first there's a motion, then there's deliberation. So obviously we deliberate and discuss things a lot before we ever formulate a motion. Robert's rules by default state that once a motion is made, each member has an opportunity to speak once. After everyone speaks once, they get a second round to speak, and then you move to a vote. That's kind of the default Robert's rules. So my question is this trying to change the post-motion discussion, or is this just saying before a motion gets made, everyone just has one go around, then a motion, then we go back to Robert's rules? Does that make sense about what the question is? Or is this just saying one go around before, after, no more anywhere?
Says during deliberations.
So, I drafted this based on what was sent to me on what the rules were by the Board of Supervisors. And in my intention, it was pre-motion.
Pre-motion.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's, I mean, I'm not, as I have been when I put this together, I've been amenable to any amendment to that or discussion on how it should be implemented.
I mean, I think if it's pre-motion, I think I could get behind this. Because I do think that sometimes the pre-motion discussion gets us down a rabbit hole that 45 minutes later, we're still not actually on a motion. But I also think it's important that we do have deliberations, that we have a back and forth, that people can share their viewpoints. And then if someone else brings up a different viewpoint, that person has another go around at least to discuss it. If that happens after a motion, I'm okay with that. So that was my question about how this interacts. And so I think if we are going to pass this, I would say insert somewhere that, like saying something like during deliberations prior to a motion, members who have only spoken once on a particular member, inserting so it's clear that this is the pre-motion discussion. That would be my suggestion to it. But I don't know if anyone else has different thoughts.
I have a question.
And then you, Member Wolf.
I honestly agree about the pre-motion part, but I think post-motion we should also have like a time limit, like maybe we maximum cap the deliberation post-motion at 10 minutes or like 5 minutes, nothing more than that.
And I think that might be getting, okay, maybe into number 3, where it looks like we're talking about time limits.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sort of like a rehash, like, yeah, we will discuss that, but if we are discussing this, then I feel like we should combine them together. That's, yeah, would be my suggestion.
In response to that, real fast, I would note that there is, under Robert's rules, a motion to call the question. We don't really oftentimes use it, but it does exist. And so at any point after a motion gets made and we feel that it's going on too long, anyone can call the question and we take a vote. It's 2/3 majority. And then if that passes, then it goes directly to a vote. And that's a way under Robert's rules to stop deliberations.
Just going to be devil's advocate on that. Like, suppose, oh, for example, like I call the question 3 times in a row. I don't want to be seen as the person who's calling the question 3 times in a row. Like, maybe we do a rotation, or we maybe, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. It's sort of like, just forcing one of us who's a little bit of an extrovert to say, call the question all the time. It's just because I know there are introverts here and people are all like, I just don't want it to be too much pressure on one person. Why 1 or 2 people?
Okay, Member Wolf, I think you had a comment.
Yeah. So just to clarify a little bit here, pre-motion is where we're trying to ascertain information that may not be in the file or may require clarification on something in the file that may require some extensive questioning or with regards to that. So,
Member Wolf,
and then
just to
also
pause you right there, I believe that this doesn't involve the question portion. This is after the rebuttals, but before a motion. So
well,
this is
then
after-
it should be explicit. It should be explicit.
Is that, I don't want to put words in the mouth of the complaint committee.
I
Is
think
that-
when we use the term deliberation, in our minds, that was not the question and answer period. That was the deliberation period when we closed question and answers.
So that would be the part that if you look at our meeting procedures,
After rebuttal.
it says matters with the task force for motion and deliberation. I think that's the point that this is focusing on, not the part with the matters with the task force for the questions.
Okay. All right. Then, I could get with that. I think it also depends upon the complexity of an issue where there might be some extended discussion. And I think, to have to stop, if we needed to extend the time, to stop the process to then, somebody to make a motion and to go through the whole procedure of making a motion and approving it to extend time, I think it extends the time of that hearing. So I would prefer to see if there is any need to extend it by like another 5 minutes or another
Point of
10
point of
minutes.
clarification. I believe you're discussing the number 3 instead of number 2.
No, I am not. I am not. I'm saying that during deliberations, if it only allows one person to speak on that matter, and you don't get a second chance to speak, but if there is enough discussion that requires an extension of time, because this is trying to shorten time of that particular period of deliberation by limiting the number of times that a person can speak. So what I'm saying is in the last sentence, it says members shall not speak more than once on the same matter during deliberation unless the majority of the task force consents. So if the majority of the task force consents, I mean, what's the process? We don't do things by consent. We take a vote. So I get a little confused by that, but I think it would be just easier if the chair said, hey, it looks like we need another 5 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? I think that's plenty of check-in or not. Somebody could say, no, I object. I think we've heard enough. Let's move on. And, let's move to a motion or something like that. I think it creates a bit of a complication. Also, where it says members shall not speak more than once on the same matter. Are you talking about for the same complaint or for the same kind of information that is being discussed during that complaint?
I think we were thinking that for that, I mean, we were thinking about this. You said pre-motion, but
So
I think
just
we
to
were
to give an
about-
example, this is my second time speaking on this matter. So I would not be able to, again, unless there was a majority of the board that said that was okay for me to speak. That's what I meant by this matter. So the matter is an agenda item. This is agenda item 5, correct? So yeah, and we're deliberating about it, and I'm now speaking twice on it.
So perhaps some tighter language, Member Highland here, during pre-motion deliberations, particular item, put those words in so it's tighten it up. But, to Member Wolf's point, I like the chair having some latitude to invoke, take a temperature test to allow 5 more minutes. I mean, sometimes we get to decisions by motions. Put up a motion, it fails. Put up another motion, it fails. And it's through, I mean, that's when it's really complex things, we get there that way. And we've done all the work, and to have to then continue the item to the next meeting, we're going to have to rehash all that work again to get back, close to that point again. So I think maybe, post motion, the chair may invoke a 5-minute extension and to invite another motion. If not, then we go back to the other things. I mean, that seems to be, a common sense approach. I like the structure, what you guys have put together, and this is good, and I can get behind it. But there's this what if scenarios that we're, I guess, getting into now.
Member LaHood.
Yeah, I am not crazy about this. I would rather see us doing things like more aggressive timekeeping and using self-restraint, because I think sometimes complex issues come up where we have people on this task force who have some expertise, and I want to hear more from those people. And I think if we implement these rules, we're going to spend more time fighting about and voting about whether somebody can speak more. Why don't we just let them speak and then use self-restraint when we're and giving the chair an opportunity to say, you are going off on a tangent, let's bring this back in. I would rather do things like that than set these constraints.
Member St. Girardi.
I appreciate the intent for this. It does sound like we need to get better at calling the question. And I have to say, regardless of anybody, in your feelings about feeling like you're strong arming anyone, it's a 2/3 majority, right? So it tells you if everybody's on the same side where they felt like we've exhausted the conversation and we're all ready to move on because we've heard enough. So I do think that maybe we should exercise a little bit more of that. And if anybody's interested in that, I'd be happy to experiment with that now on this item.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, just real quick. Just in the verbiage, the second sentence starting with during deliberations and the last sentence starting with members shall seem to contradict each other also, because the middle sentence says that a person should not be entitled to speak until all other members have had a chance to speak. But then the last sentence says the members shall not be able to speak more than once. So it's not clear to me what the intent of those two sentences are. It's either should be one or the other, or that's not clear. The other thing is also for Member Sangiardi. We do not do supermajority. We are a majority vote of all the members here, but all the seats, whether there is a quorum. Well, it has to be a quorum. So if there's a quorum of 7, then we need 6 votes in order to pass something.
Member Wolf, I
Uh,
think that's for a substantive vote that you're absolutely right on, but Robert's rules prescribe for the specific motion to call the question, not on the question
call
itself.
the question
But
is
to
super
call the
majority.
question is a 2/3.
Yes, correct.
Robert's
Okay,
rules.
I didn't quite get that part. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But back to my question of the two sentences don't seem to jive with each other.
Okay, I'll let Vice Chair Stein go one more time, and then we'll move to a motion maybe, or not move to a motion, but
I don't know. I was gonna say, I think that inconsistency that you pointed out might have been because originally we were debating whether to say not speak more than twice. And then we changed it to once. And so I think it kind of does make more sense if it was a rule where you could speak twice. And I could also imagine a rule where you could speak once during pre-deliberations and once post motion being made. I mean, my concern about self-regulation is that I just don't think it's worked with this board. We've talked about it over and over again, that we need to stay focused or curtail our discussion or stay on point or whatever it is. And we often just have discussions that seem to be driven towards we want everybody to have consensus on an issue, but that takes a lot of time and is not necessarily the most effective way or most efficient way to make decisions when a majority might already be going in a particular direction. So this was really trying to find a way to, have a more structured discussion where maybe we don't have to drive towards consensus, but if people have heard everybody's views and they're now able to take them into account, they can take a vote and see, if they have, enough people to pass a motion.
okay, we've gone round and round on this one a lot, so on part 2, do we have a motion?
I have a motion with slightly different language.
I'm sorry?
I have a motion with slightly edited.
Sure, go
language.
ahead.
Okay. During pre-motion deliberations, members who have spoken on a particular matter will have to wait until any member who has not spoken desires to speak, period. Members shall not speak more than twice on the same matter during deliberation. Members shall not speak more than twice on the item unless the majority of the task force consents. That majority may be determined by a temperature test by the chair.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Highland for
I'd be
amendment.
open to seconding it, but let me just ask Member Highland through the chair.
Sure, go
Is
ahead.
that only through deliberations or during question and answer or during motion?
Yeah, the first part is during pre-motion deliberations, first sentence.
Okay.
And then in totality, members shall not speak more than twice on the item. And then the rest, unless the majority of the task force consents. And the chair indicates.
By temperature test. Got it.
And the chair
So-
indicates by what? I'm trying.
Temperature test.
Well, that's probably how we should probably.
I mean, I sent you, what I'm trying to, I think what you're saying is that we don't necessarily have to have a formal vote, but I could, whoever's the chair, me or whomever, I could say, is there any objection to continuing this for another 5 or 10 minutes? And
Just a nod of heads or
Yeah.
whatever it is. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
There a second.
okay, so,
I'll second it.
okay, so moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf. Administrator Young, do you have the
I do
language?
not have it at all. Click, would you mind repeating it a little bit slower?
Probably just as well. Okay.
I have limitation on speaking, and then it goes
Okay.
into during the
Okay,
deliberation.
here's the rest of it. Limitations on speaking. During deliberations, pre-motion, members who have spoken once on the item may have to wait until any member who has not spoken desires to speak. Members shall not speak more than twice on the item unless a majority of the task force consents. That consent may be obtained by the chair informally.
I have the general idea, but if you don't mind sending that to me, it would be appreciated.
Sure.
Okay, Member Kumar.
I just have one concern with this motion.
Okay.
So if we allow somebody to speak for more than once, suppose 2 times, Do we have a time cap on that, or is it going to be as long as they want to speak?
I don't think this addresses particularly down to, we're on to discussing time caps yet.
But the overall discussion will be capped at 30 minutes, right?
That's
the next
item.
That's a different,
We're on item 2 right now.
okay, we're not getting, okay,
We're not-
all right.
yeah, We're doing one at a time. So
Okay,
this
thank
is
you.
just this is amount of times, not length of time.
No, the reason I brought it up was because one does, say for example, this one passes and the 30 minutes one doesn't pass, it would sort of beat the, for me, it's sort of like both have to go together. It's like, say making a cake, like, without the frosting, it doesn't make sense, right? So, because if you're still, for example, if the 30-minute thing doesn't pass and we allow people to speak twice, what if I end up speaking 30 minutes twice? So it basically speak 60 minutes, right? So that's all I wanted to put out there. I think we should, if you're voting for this, we should vote for the time limit one after this.
Well, item 2 is pre-motion, after motion, total times. Item 3 is the total amount deliberation, pre-motion deliberation. So that's the separation. But I think any chair would take control of the situation and bring things to a close as they always do. So I think common sense hopefully would prevail.
All right, it's 5:10 and we're only halfway through this. So unless there's any major comments, let's move to public comment and then a vote on this motion. This is for part 2, amending section 5.
Yes, on the proposed amendment by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf, regarding amendment number 2. Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this proposed amendment? If you're in the room, you can approach the podium. If you're online, you can use the application to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. I have one person with their hand raised.
Okay.
I will unmute the first one. Hello, caller. You have been unmuted for public comment on the SOTF bylaws. You may begin.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. This is Dexter Darmali. I just want to say I'm trying to log in virtually and there's a password required. So I'm not sure if I'm missing that somewhere.
Yeah, it's on the top of
I
the
know this isn't-
agenda that was updated. The password is 1234.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Oh.
Yes, I have unmuted you. You may begin your public comment.
Hi, good evening. This is Matthew Lataki. I'm concerned about proposed amendments 2 and 3 as written and as motioned. As someone who's attended meetings, I completely understand the need to shorten them, but that should be done by addressing the systemic issues that cause these lengthy meetings. Proposals 2 and 3 have the potential to limit the ability of members of this task force to fully discuss the issues and set an artificial time limit that might not allow complainants to receive the full time that their matter deserves. I would think that the task force would look skeptically upon a different body cutting comment periods short, and yet these proposals seek to do that to its own members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further public comment?
I do not have any additional indications of public comment at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that motion then.
On the proposed amendment number 2, on that motion, Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
No.
LaHood, no. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
No.
Anderson, no. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member San Girardi.
No.
San Girardi, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee. I think I've decided this one.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with members LaHood, Anderson, Pilpel, and San Girardi voting no. Would you like to skip over to public comment at this time?
No, because I don't want to get down that. Let's just finish this agenda item, then we'll move. Right? I don't want to stop the agenda item. So let's go to part 3. So for those who are joining us, we're still on item number 5. After we are done with item number 5, we will skip over to the special orders, and that starts with item number 8. But we are still on item number 5 now. All right, so section 3. This is the proposal to amend the bylaws to read that deliberation is closed after 30 minutes. And then it also adds that to make a motion to continue the matter is another option that the task force can make. So currently, the bylaws state that the task force can make a motion to find a violation, find no violation, make a motion to take no further action, close the file. I think this is mainly conforming with what often we do anyways, which is to continue the matter if we need further information or for some other reason. I think that just kind of memorializes that. And so I think the major part we want to focus on is, should there be a time limit, and is 30 minutes appropriate? Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I will say this was one that Member Schmidt wrote and kind of proposed originally, but I think that's what he was thinking.
Okay, thoughts on this one? Member LaHood.
I will speak quickly. I opposed the last item. I oppose this one for similar reasons. I think sometimes we are faced with easy decisions. I think we should move through those quickly. I think sometimes we're faced with very complex matters, and I don't think we should move quickly just because we don't want to spend enough time on them. We already have through Robert's rules the ability to continue the matter. I don't think we should be adding extra rules to our bylaws. Again, I opposed the last one. I will oppose this one.
Offer my thoughts. I did support the last one. This one I'm going to oppose. A couple of reasons. Number one, if you set a cap on the total amount of time, I think that could disproportionately allow some members who speak a lot to then cut into other members' chance to not speak at all. If the first 3 members speak for, let's say, 8 minutes each, that's not a lot of time for everyone else to speak. So I have equity concerns about that. I also don't want to get into the business of having our staff members do extra timekeeping. They already have to do a lot of work to keep our meetings going, and to have them set the clock on us, I think is a bit of an ask. I appreciated in the prior one the informal check-in to keep things going, which is what led me to support that one. But this one I think is a little too rigid, and I'm not inclined to support specific time limits. Their motion. So
just to be clear, so this is deliberation on an item. It's pre-motion deliberation. That's what we're talking about, right?
that's how I'm reading this.
I mean, that's something that we try and do anyway. We try and like say, hey guys, we've been on this 30 minutes, we've been on this 45 minutes, we've been on this an hour. So can we not formalize that at all?
Let there be no motion.
If there's a motion, now's the time for it on that. If not, we'll move on.
Okay, I want to say in defense of this, even though I didn't write it and I don't know exactly all of Dean's reasons or how he would present them, that I feel like there are the rare cases that are actually complex where we would need to override something like this. But I feel like there are a lot of cases that are not that complex that we discuss for far too long when there probably is agreement already. If we did cut short the discussion and take a vote. So that's kind of my defense of this, is that I do think that we tend to over discuss in this attempt to drive towards a consensus of the entire body, and that is really holding up our ability to process cases.
As a counter to that, I'm not trying to be argumentative or contrarian. Yeah. I think to avoid that, someone should just put forth a motion if they feel that it's appropriate to put forth the motion. A lot of times I think we have these discussions because people, and I don't want to read into it, but someone may feel that they don't have consensus behind a particular thought for a motion they have, and so they withhold doing it. So I think everyone should feel empowered that if they think there's a good motion to be made, they jump in and do it. And I think that alone would help us move to actual decision making versus more and more discussion. But that's something I think each of us have to, take some responsibility for, to feel empowered enough to do so when we feel it's the time to do that.
Point of information for the second one that we just passed, is that now applicable to the rest of this meeting?
Yeah.
Because if it is, then I think that anybody who has already spoken once, we would all have to consent for you to speak for a second time.
It's twice then.
Or twice. Sorry, thank you.
I think on each of these sub-items, yeah. So is there a motion here? Member Sugarman, Member Kumar, I have discussed.
I think that 30 minutes for deliberation is plenty reasonable. But also, if it's possible, since Member Schmidt is not here, can I not make a motion just to put it on the agenda for next month?
You could make a motion to continue this.
If that's okay to like to take it off of this agenda item and also.
You could do that. I don't know if we'll agree, but sure, that's something you could do.
That's the motion. Yeah, that's the motion I would make.
Okay.
is To continue it for next month's agenda.
Are you making that motion or do you want to have Member Kumar's?
Oh,
I had a comment as well.
go ahead.
I want to speak, yeah.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say, yeah, I sort of am, now that we all deliberated, I'm on the fence. Like, I think, yeah, it's, since we're anyway, if we are already restricting people to not speak more than once, we'll probably be able to, naturally cap everything to a certain time limit. The only request I'll have is in case like deliberations go on for like a really long time, in that case, we can tell the chair, right? Like to cap, like we can basically ask for like, ask this to be sped up, and like, is there a process like if we?
I mean, I think there's obviously informally always a process. You could say, I think this is taking too long. Can someone put forth a motion? I mean, certainly anyone can say that whenever they want. I don't think that needs to be formalized. I think that's always existed and would continue to exist.
So I think instead of saying deliberation is closed after 30 minutes, maybe we can say deliberation, obviously deliberation can continue for 30 minutes uninterrupted, anything, or even 45 minutes uninterrupted. But after like, if it exceeds 45 minutes, there can be there should be an opportunity for, members of the task force to, request the chair, and then the chair can take a decision to close the file, to, start the vote or not, like something on those lines. So that we can, we know that we can turn to you if in case it takes a long time.
Gary Yankee, following up on that point, could this not just read, the chair may close deliberation after 30 minutes and then the rest of it? I mean, I think you can do that anyway as a chair, but if you can't, why not put that in?
I mean, not to get further down the discussion, I really want to move on to a motion here if there is any, but
That was a motion.
I think that what we did in item number 2 may have that effect anyways. I think this is kind of redundant to have a time limit and a limitation on number of go-arounds. I think if we have a limitation on number of go-arounds, that kind of puts us here anyways,
But Chair Yankee, we're not asking for a time limit. We're basically saying that there is no time limit. But in case it exceeds beyond a certain, like 30 minutes or 45 minutes, then we can basically deliberate, like pass this on to the chair, like our concern that can be.
Oh, absolutely. That's always
Yeah.
existed. I mean, I think.
Can we have a motion like that? Like, I think that's what Member Highland was leaning towards as well.
I think that was the intent of this. I mean,
Mem-
to force the,
I think Member Anderson has not gone yet to respect.
true.
So let me call on Member Anderson.
I have not spoken, so could I take 2 times worth of time to speak? But I'll be brief as I normally am. Yeah, I think we've kind of beaten this horse to death. And what I'm hearing, I'll tell you what I hear, and maybe that's what we ought to do when we're doing our deliberations too. We ought to say, well, I've already heard all of this, and what is it that we want to do? And basically, it seems like we're asking the chair to say, hey, maybe we've squeezed as much out of the subject as we can, and let's get to a motion, or let's decide to continue it for another time. But I don't like the idea of a time limit. I like time limits in terms of, we can't go on all night, but I would say that we each, as members of the task force, can at some point in time in the deliberations say, is there anything new somebody wants to add? Because sometimes we do hear the same things over and over again. And I think it's each of us can say, is there anything new that adds to the subject matter? Is this relevant to the subject that we're discussing? And if it's not, then it's time to make a motion. And then we can each call for whoever wants to speak to make the motion if they feel that they're, that what they have to say and their position on an issue is worthy of a motion. So that just is my idea.
Member Sangiardi?
I move to remove number 3 from agenda item 5 and continue it to our next meeting when the author of this is present.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion to continue part 3 of item number 5 to the next meeting. Is there any public comment on that motion?
On the motion to continue, amendment number 3, are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on that matter? You may approach the podium at this time. Press *3 on the phone to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I have no indications of public comment.
Okay, public comment is closed. Let's take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on the motion to continue, amendment number 3, Member Sangiardi.
Yes.
Sangiardi, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
No.
Yankee, no. That motion passes with,
Can I retake my vote?
Yeah.
Member LaHood.
No.
LaHood, no. That motion passes with members LaHood, Pilpel, Wolf, and Chair Yankee voting no.
Okay, so this will appear, just that particular portion will appear on our next agenda. Let's go to the fourth portion of this. These are the items collectively on page 4 of the PDF.
May I?
Member Pilpel, go ahead.
For the reasons I explained earlier, I move items 1 and 2 on my list together.
So this is so we're just going to do parts 1 and Article 1 and Article.
Just those two, because I think there may not be a lot of discussion, and then I'll do these.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So this is just for the first 2 lines, which are non-sub. This is just changing the phone number and get rid of a strikeout that shouldn't have been there. So this is a motion to approve the amendments to Article 1, Section 3, Article 4, Section 4.
Second.
Seconded by Member Sangiardi. Let's see if there's public comment on that.
Give me one moment. I need to catch up.
Sure.
This is for Article 1 and Article
4. So it's the parts that's bullet point 1 and 2 on page 4. Just those. Remember the hood?
Do we have verification that this is the correct phone number?
Yes, this is the right phone number. We have the wrong phone number in there, so this is really just.
As a journalist, I have seen wrong numbers replaced with wrong numbers.
Yeah.
So.
4442 was Cheryl's direct number. 7724 is the general number for Sunshine. It's not specific to Pat or Victor.
Okay, so that's Article 1 and then Article 4, Section 4?
That's correct.
Okay. That was moved by Member Pilpel.
Seconded by Member Sangiardi.
Okay, 1 and 4. Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter? You can approach the podium or otherwise raise your hand through the application or the phone by pressing *3. No indications of public comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that.
Yes, on that motion, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sangiardi.
Wait. I had some questions on this one. Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, so Member Wolf, this is just so you know, this is just 1 and 2. We haven't talked about 3 or 4 yet. This is page 4, part 1 and 2. So do you have a comment about the phone number? Or
So the one that says Article 1 and Article 4?
Article
Section
1, Section 3, Article 4, Section 4. That's it. We haven't talked
Section-
about
okay.
Section 9 and 11 yet.
No problem. No problem. No problem. Okay,
Okay.
go for it.
Okay.
On the motion, Pill aye. Member Sangiardi?
Aye.
Sangiardi, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood?
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar?
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson? Anderson, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein? Stein, aye. Member Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, so now we will discuss bullet points 3 and 4 on page 4. This is Article 4, Section 9. This is just reordering the first part, Article 4, Section 9 is reordering the parts on the agenda. I think this mainly conforms, Member Pelpel, to what we're already doing. So I don't think there's much here to discuss, but let's start here. Does anyone have any comments about the proposed changes to Article 4, Section 9 only? I think
Unless Member Wolf has something, I move to approve this item 3 on my list.
Okay. So this is
Second.
moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf to approve the changes to Article 4, Section 9 only. Let's see if there's public comment on that.
So this is for section,
Article 4, Section 9.
Article 4, Section 9. Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comments regarding amendments to Article 4, Section 9? You can approach the podium or otherwise raise your hand on the application or by pressing star 3 if you're on the phone or using the application. No indications of public comment.
Okay, public comments closed. Let's take a vote on that.
Sorry. 4-9. On the motion, moved by Member Pepple. May I ask who was the second on
Member
that?
Wolf seconded.
Seconded by Member Wolf. On that motion, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Sangiardi.
Aye.
Sangiardi, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, so now we're on to Article 4, Section 11, which is also bullet point number 4. Thoughts, comments on this part?
Mr. Chair.
Member LaHood, now have you, Member Wolf. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Okay, thank you.
I am on the fence about reducing the time, allowing people to speak. People tend to stop when they're done. It's often short of those deadlines. But the thing that I want to note is in item in 2, let's replace his/her with their. And in item number 2, his or her with their. I think that's more consistent with the language that's being used citywide.
I second that motion.
I think there was a motion.
Oh, yeah, I thought there was a.
No, that was just my comments on the
when we get to-
time.
when we get
But
to-
when we get to a motion, I would like to make sure we swap out that
We
language on
use
those.
gender neutral language.
+1.
Okay, Member Wolf, I had you next.
Yeah. So I'm a little partial to the witnesses and other parties of the complainant and the respondent. Frequently, respondents bring people that have more information to provide, and to try to squeeze that all in with an overview within 4 minutes plus an explanation, and then I think it goes for both. We don't see that many witnesses are the parties for the complainant. anyway, so I don't see there any harm in leaving that in there. It's not really adding to our time concerns here. So I would leave things the way they are at this time, and I agree with Member Lloyd on leaving the time frames the same. That's it.
Member Highland.
Member Highland here. I do like, and sometimes we forget to say this, up to 4 minutes. Not necessarily all the 4 minutes, but up to 4 minutes, up to 2 minutes. I think we should make that standard language. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But the fact that we're striking it out means it's disappearing forever. So I would like to insert up to 4 minutes and up to 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in too then. I like that suggestion, Member Highland. I think trimming 1 minute from the presentation and 1 minute from the rebuttal, I think is a fair trim. I think some people probably want to see more. Some people don't want to see it all, but I like that it gives the parties a total of 6 minutes, which is essentially twice what a public commenter gets, right? So I kind of like that. If you're a party, you get 6 minutes. If you're a member of the public, it's 3 minutes. I think that is a good way to kind of think about it. To Member Wolf's point, I think since I've been chair, I've seen maybe once or twice in 4 years that we have a respondent or a complainant bring someone. I think it honestly takes more time to make sure that we ask that question every time. I'm not sure we're getting anything, but I'm kind of impartial either way to it. I could swear I think them giving their facts or evidence as part of public comment works just as well. And to Member Wolf's point, it doesn't add or subtract. They get 3 minutes just where we want to put it. So I'm ambivalent on that. I do absolutely like the suggestion about public comment. I have listened in looking at this to many other boards and commissions in San Francisco that do type of quasi-judicial hearings like we do. And no one has public comment after every single motion. As we've seen going through this, we've now called public comment like 10 times. If we had someone who wanted to speak 3 times, we would be almost at 6 or 6:30. I think the changes with public comment make sense. Put public comment where I believe it is supposed to be and aligns us with other boards and commissions like the Ethics Commission, the Board of Appeals. So I'm highly supportive of that. So that's where I'm at.
May I speak to that point, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure, Member Wolf.
I just want to say that I think the value of public comment after the motion is made is that you're getting public comment specifically on the action that the body is going to decide on, not based upon random deliberations that might lead up to a motion. Because the deliberations, the motion may not really have anything to do with the deliberation at some point. And I think that's why it's commonplace that public comment happens after a motion is made, because that helps the decision makers. It helps inform the decision makers about what the public thinks about the action that they're about to take, not before.
Okay, this will be maybe my second go around this, and I'll stop myself. But the Board of Supervisors, the bodies I spoke of, Ethics Commission, Board of Appeals, everyone calls for public comment before the motion. We are the only body I could find that calls for public comment after the motion. And I don't see a particular reason why we are doing that. I think we need to be in alignment with what goes on in the rest of the city. And personally speaking, I much rather hear from a member of the public before a motion is made, because that may help craft the motion I'm thinking of. And I want to hear their feedback then instead of after. That's me. But that's my second go around on this, so I will not talk anymore on this one.
To that point, we never change our motion, even after public comment. Very, very, very rarely. So I would hope our deliberations are on point and public comment is on point of that, and that leads to a well-structured motion. So I'm agreeing with you there.
What's your sign?
So can I make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to accept Article 4, Section 11, accept the changes to that, with the change that we use the neutral their language instead of his or her, and that we say up to 4 minutes or up to 2 minutes instead of 4 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever it is. That's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Member Pelpel. All right, let's take public.
Just to clarify, we are accepting the proposed amendments as is, but we're going to be using up to in front of minutes.
Yep,
And we're going to change his or her to their.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, are there any members of the public who
I'm
like?
sorry, and can I clarify? My intent was for this not to take effect tonight because the parties were already.
Yeah, this one we will not do
Right.
tonight because they weren't, yep,
If this passes.
good point. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, if there are members of the public who like to make public comment on this item, you can approach the podium or use the application to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, you can press *3.
Up to 3 minutes.
There are no indications of public comment on this matter.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Sandrardi.
Aye.
Sandrardi, aye. Member Wolf. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Wolf voting no on the matter.
Okay, we have.
Chair,
no-
point of information, just quick.
Yes.
These bylaws won't go into effect until the next meeting, right?
The motion we just passed will not go into, yeah, that's what Member Pilpel just said, is that because we would need to update our agendas to talk about the procedures and everything, so that will not affect tonight's complaint files. Okay.
Because it says that it does, that the amendment that must be, that task force may amend these bylaws at the next meeting held at least 14 days after the initial meeting at which the proposed amendments were presented.
Right, they were presented at last meetings.
We didn't get to deliberate them because of the snafu.
They were presented. We had a chance to deliberate. We didn't have a chance to take an action. We certainly had a chance to deliberate. They were presented. This was the action now more than 14 days later. So these will now, well, the ones we just passed, except for the last one, will go into effect now. The last one, since it requires advance notice to the members of the public and changes to our agendas, will go into effect next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, members of the public, for sticking with us. We are now done with item number 5. We will skip items 6 and 7 and hear those after the complaints. So now we will move to our special order and start with item number 8, public comment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just to clarify that last point, it jogged me. So we will now take the amendments that were passed, update the bylaws, put it on the website, circulate it to members, send it to the board if we need to, put it in the bind. We'll do all the things mechanically that need to happen before the next meeting.
That's correct. Right. And then obviously the agendas themselves talk about,
right,
make reference to that. That needs to be changed as
Okay.
well.
And
the notices that the administrator sends out and all that. Yeah.
and if we do, and we'll do another notice for next time on member Schmidt's
Yes.
thing.
Yes.
And if we need to do a subsequent thing, we'll do that. But the wheels are in motion.
The wheels will now be in motion. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's get going. Item number 8, if you call that item.
Yes, item number 8, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's, the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Mr. Sheafy.
Yes, thank you very much. Many of you know me. For those who don't, I should introduce myself. My name is James Chafee. I'm an inaugural member of this task force. I was its first vice chair the very first year, and the following year I was voted chair for the second year, even though that first chair ran for re-election. The reason, of course, was that everyone recognized I had greater familiarity with some of these open access issues. You considered a complaint last month called Gibbs versus the Library Commission. I was completely unaware of that and sent a complaint on exactly the same issue to the Ethics Commission, as I say, being unaware of the Gibbs complaint. I delivered a copy of that to your chair and you expected to see the same thing that I've delivered to in your file. The fact that it's not in your file, even though it was delivered to you, is a grave concern. I'm not going to address that grave concern, and I'm not going to rehash the Gibbs issues in the complaint, but I do encourage you to read it carefully. I listened to the recording of your hearing and was alarmed by two separate concerns. Number one, the complainant tried to introduce the central issue and it completely glossed over by you, which is that there was never a public decision. And that's why there was never a reason. And it's of the essence of the Sunshine Ordinance that all decisions be taken in public. And that's why we would know the reasons for it. If they come to a decision after the last meeting and before the next meeting, that's an illegal seriatim meeting and should have been highlighted as part of the complaint. The other concern is that you addressed a bunch of hypotheticals about what would have constituted valid reasons. You're not the legislators here. You're supposed to address the complaint in front of you, especially with a violator that has offered no reasons whatsoever. The fact that you've turned around and addressed a bunch of hypothetical excuses that they could have offered is essentially coaching them on how to lie. This is especially egregious because they didn't think they needed a reason in the first place, and you're giving them reasons completely on the wrong track with respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Administrator Peterson or Young, could you make sure that Mr. Chafee's written communication that he apparently presented to our, I'm assuming our SOTF email address, is in fact included in the next administrator's report as a public communication? It should have been there.
Thank you.
Okay. Next
Hi
person.
there. My name is Chris Calloway. I am San Francisco's first cannabis equity permit recipient, actually. And I am coming here to address an issue that is very dear to me. It's the equity program in San Francisco, but it's a sunshine request that I made to the Office of Cannabis in the city's attorney's office about 120 days ago. Full disclosure, this is involves a cannabis retail application in Hayes Valley that I've been pursuing for 8 years. And this involves a retrofit at 500 Laguna that was performed by Rodrigo Santos and a few other members that kind of got caught up in this corruption scheme. And my cannabis retail application got tied up in this process. This is been a really long battle for me, obviously 8 years. I went through a conditional use authorization for the property, secured that. 5 years later, I was back in front of the Planning Commission again and received a revocation of that same land use. This matter has gone on to, there was a letter of determination, the Board of Appeals, a civil lawsuit, put me in bankruptcy 2 years ago, and now I'm fighting this bankruptcy case on my own and trying to get information from the city about what happens and what these records might hold. The Office of Cannabis selectively produced, I think, about 70% of these documents, according to the city attorney's office. And I know that there's a formal process for this. This is me humbly coming to this task force, letting you know that I'm going to be bringing this issue more formally to the city of San Francisco. The first time doing such a thing, my voice might shake a little bit just because, honestly, the emotional weight of what this has been on me. It's just. It's never ending. Honestly, it seems like it just kind of keeps going, this lawsuit. But what I wanted to say is that, at the heart of this, you have somebody standing before you with just incredible resilience to kind of navigate a complex permitting process in the city. And when just requesting documents from city attorney at the Office of Cannabis, I'm being met with quite a bit of obstruction. And I think it's concerning. I'm going to address these issues with ethics commission as well. But that being said, I think the process of me is filing something formally, and maybe I'll be seeing you next month. I I think that's all I have for right now, but thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else in person? If not, let's see if there's anyone online.
Yes, if anybody's online, you can press *3 if you're on the telephone to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I do not see any additional hands raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment then. We'll do the consent agenda next, and then we'll try to take a short recess before we get into the big complaints. So this will be consent agenda items 9 through 13. Administrator Young, when you're ready.
Yes. Consent agenda items 9 through 13. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review the matters affirming the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer the matter to committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend this meeting, but may attend to provide testimony. Item number 9, file number 25090, complaint filed by HV Safe against Supervisor Mahmood, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code 67.21 for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found the task force has jurisdiction and forwarded the matter to the consent agenda with the recommendation of finding of no violation because the questions asked by petitioners do not constitute a public records request. Item number 10, file number 25091, complaint filed by HV Safe against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, forwarded to the consent agenda with a recommendation of finding of no violation because the questions asked by petitioners do not constitute a public records request. Item number 11, file number 26019, complaint filed by Min Karturuti against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 61.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and forwarded the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Section 67.21 for failing to respond in a timely manner. The complaint committee noted that the respondent acknowledges a timeliness violation and that there are still records to produce, ordered respondent to do so, and asked that the matter be referred to a committee for compliance. The complaint committee further noted that a proper response includes seeking external contractor documents under the constructive possessive obligation set forth in Community Youth Action Center versus National City Case 220 Cal App 4th. Item number 12, file number 26024, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Mandelman for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 64.25 by failing to respond to IDR in a timely and complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and referred the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation to find that Supervisor Mandelman violated Admin Code Section 67.29-5A by failing to provide a calendar in a timely fashion. The complaint committee asked the respondent comply with Section 67.29-5A, which requires that a calendar be made available within 3 days and justify any withholdings per Admin Code 67.27. Item number 13, file number 26026, complaint filed by Stilian Vetshansky against the Office of the Assessor Reporter for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. Requested records are public and refer the matter to consent agenda with a recommendation to find no violation. The complaint committee noted that the email did not contain a public records request or ask for documents within the custody of the office. The body did not recognize the correspondence as a public records request and responded to petitioner that they did not know of legislation governing the informal review process.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Young, for reading all that into the record. Is there any request to sever any of these items from the consent agenda? And if not, is there a motion to approve? Member Pilpel.
I don't have a request to sever. I'm happy to make a motion to approve. I did have 3 very brief comments. On item 10, it should read against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. There's a 2 in the line there that shouldn't be there towards the end. Anybody?
Against the San Francisco. Oh,
there's that.
that's just, okay, that's a,
On
In the
item,
description.
yeah,
yeah,
that's here.
on item 11, the italicized graph at the end, I think the correct site is 220 Calat 4th, 1385. That's a page number. Should be no hyphen there.
Could you restate that?
Yeah.
How it should read?
Just 220 Calat 4th, 1385.
13 with no dash.
Right. I mean, you can check with Chair Schmidt, but in any event, whatever the site is, there's no hyphen. And the other comment that I wanted to make on item 11 at page 37 in the packet, there's a paragraph in the middle. DEM respectfully but firmly notes that the Sunshine Ordinance is an unfunded mandate, goes on to talk about how DEM doesn't have dedicated funding and additional staff, blah, blah, blah. I took great exception to that particular paragraph. The Sunshine Ordinance is not an unfunded mandate. It is a requirement in the same way that affirmative action, equal employment opportunity, disability access, language access, any number of other requirements are simply requirements, and it is up to each department and each department head to allocate resources to comply. It's a budget issue for the departments to seek sufficient resources or redirect people as needs are, but I did not want it to go unchallenged that this is simply an unfunded mandate. It is not, and I dispute that. Nevertheless, I'm happy to move adoption of the consent calendar with the recommendations included.
Okay, so moved by Member Pilpel to adopt the consent calendar and accept the recommendations of the committees. Do we have a second to that? Seconded by Member Anderson. Let's open that up to public comment.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make a public comment on the consent agenda, you may approach the podium at this time. If you're online with us, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I have no indications of public comment.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can take a vote on that motion.
You had a hand that go up.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like there might be, oh, we do have a hand up.
Oh,
Thank you, Member Wolf.
Speaker, you can unmute it. You may make your comment.
Oh, this is my first time coming in for a video. Can you,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am the complainant in item 11. I just want to say I appreciate the member's comments that he just made about the funding paragraph from DEM. I just basically want to say that we're still in process. They still haven't, completed the production of the documents. They say they have a big batch. It's kind of just ongoing. And I also want to know, I had item 26134 that was, I think on earlier. I got here a little late. Did you guys have public comment on that?
That 26134 was approving the order determination. Yes, we've already moved on from that.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate your comment on that, and I agree with what you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other further public commenters?
Call the question.
No additional hands raised.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can take the vote on that motion.
Yes, on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Sanjurardi.
Aye.
Sanjurardi, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. The motion passes with Member Wolf voting no.
Okay. So administrators, either Young or Peterson, please check the SOTF mailbox. There is a email from Mr. Gaines who's having trouble accessing the WebEx platform, and his item is
15.
15. Thank you, Member Hood. He has his phone number included. If someone could please give him a call and try to get him the information he needs so that he can log in, that would be appreciated. So while that,
Peterson, I will do that.
okay, so while that occurs, let's take a recess until 6:10 p.m.
Could we make it as brief as possible? Because I got to go and I want to, if we could make it
I want
10 minutes.
That's
or
about
no more than
12 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Still.
Yep. So please, we're really going to get ready to go at 6:10.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, the meeting is recessed until 6:10. Microphones are turned off.
Okay, microphones are back on at 6:10. We're back from our recess.
Just like to note, all members are present with Member Schmidt still being absent for
And
today.
Member Kumar is absent right now. I will note when she returns. So let's proceed with item number 14.
Item number 14, file number 25028, complaint filed by Anne Marie against the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.5 by failing to hold open meetings, 67.7 by failing to post an agenda, 67.15 by failing to allow public testimony, and 67.16 by failing to record and post minutes of regular and special meetings.
You don't have to read all of that. Why don't we just read the last action?
Yes, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter to the full task force, noting that no changes in production of records have occurred since the order determination.
Okay, and we had this on our last agenda, but the parties agreed to continue it to this month. So let's make sure we have both.
Mr. Chair, just a quick little typo
Mhm.
on that last part that Administrator Young just read. This
Yes.
is 12/30/2026.
Oh, that should be 2025.
Right.
Yep, good catch, Member Wolf. Thank you. Okay, so let's make sure both parties are here. We have, and you are, sir?
Jason Seifer, Fine Arts Museums.
Great, thank you. So that's, and then we have Anne Marie, possibly online or on the phone.
If you, Anne Marie, if you are on the phone with us, if you can indicate so by raising your hand by pressing *3 if you're on the phone, or otherwise raising your hand. Anne Marie, if you're on the phone with us, please indicate it so we can unmute you.
Any correspondence from her?
Not that I've seen, Member Wolf. The last correspondence I saw was her agreeing to the respondent's request to continue it to April 1st, which is where we are today.
I'm not seeing any indications.
Okay, well, the respondent is here, so let's go ahead and hear from him, and maybe that will take us to where we need to be to finally have closure on this item. So we have about 3 minutes or so.
All right, well, we can make it fairly quick. My name is Jason Seifer. I'm the Chief Financial Administrative Officer of the Fine Arts Museums. It's good to be here today. Typically, I'm a disembodied voice on the phone, so, I thought I would come here in person since I was at City Hall today. Since we last talked, and actually we met with the Compliance and Amendments Committee, so I don't know if anybody else is on that committee. Oh, okay, perfect. So you can probably speak to that meeting itself. We continue to take the same stance as noted in the city attorney's report, letter that was issued to this board back on February 5th, 2024, that COFAM is a separate entity from the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. It is not COFAM, which is really what all these requests are related to, is a separate 501c3 nonprofit. And accordingly to the city attorney's letter, it's also clear that public records requests are not applicable for the for COFAM, which is the nonprofit entity. So we continue to take that same stance. I know there's some disagreements with some of the commissioners themselves, but there's been no change since we met on December 30th. And I can take any questions.
Okay, great. Appreciate you being here. Member Kumar is present at 6:14 p.m., so she's back. So perhaps members of Compliance and Amendments, did you have any expectations from the respondent for this meeting based on what was heard at the December meeting and anything?
Well, we brought it back to the full task force because we had an order of determination that sought additional records. Those records were not delivered. We're kind of at an impasse, and that's why we thought we had to bring it back here. I don't know if Member Pilpult wanted to add anything to that.
Not on that. I had some comments and questions, but not on that side.
Member Anderson or Member Wolf? Yeah.
No, that's succinctly.
Yep, same.
Okay, so questions, Member Pelpel, did you have questions for the respondent?
I'm not even sure it's a question as much as discussion, deliberation. I'll try to keep it brief since I may only have one up. Never mind. Look, we can send this elsewhere. We can escalate. We can do all kinds of crazy things with this. I'm not sure if that helps us, if that helps Anne Marie, if that helps the Fine Arts Museums. I think what I am looking for is some version of a document that does not exist right now, that could be posted on a website, that could be approved by the relevant boards, that could be blessed by who knows who in colorful outfits, that makes as clear as possible within existing charter and agreements and whatever framework who does what at the museums. That that FAMSF does these range of things, that COFAM does this range of things, and that isn't there a third entity, the Fine Arts Museum Foundation?
That's correct.
Okay, that they do these other things. And to the extent that they work together, to the extent that there are some city staff that do things, some nonprofit staff that do other things, to the extent that they reside in the same building or not, who does which things regard to meetings and governance, public records, that public records that are held by one entity because they get copies of whatever, if that's the public entity and someone asks for them, that they should be available as public records, even if they were created by the other entity. That somehow beyond the one-page MOU that was maybe not approved some time ago, notwithstanding the years and years of history and whatnot, whether Dee Dee's alive or not, or various other characters, that there be some public-facing document that brings some clarity to the situation. That's what I'm looking for, and I think that would help. Will that answer the specific problems and questions of this complaint or others that we've heard in the past or may hear in the future? No, but it would bring some clarity to the situation. If Mr. Seifer is in a position to say, we would love to do something like that, we're not quite sure how, and it's going to take more than a day or two, that would be fine. If there's some other way to do something like that, that too would be great, but I'm happy to hear. I would prefer not to hear things about the museums because I would hope that people are happier. If we have to hear further things about the museums, that's fine too, but I just think more clarity would be great for everyone. That's where I am. If you want to say something about that, if you find a question there, great. You're doing better than I am.
I'll keep it brief.
Okay, thanks.
Some of these issues were actually addressed in that city attorney's letter that I referenced. They looked at many public documents that are already available on our website and otherwise. You can see our public audit as well that represents all three of these entities, the city entity, the Fine Arts Museums Foundation, and COFAM, the 501c3 that's operating most of the activities at the museum. So it does lay that out, and we're certainly happy to talk to you individually to talk about what each of these entities do. We do have a public meeting at FAM that anybody is welcome to attend, and it's very clear what we do on that particular board.
I have a follow-up question. I think this is, and correct me if I'm wrong as I start to ask this, but FAMSF is the San Francisco government entity, correct? And OFAM is the nonprofit, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If I recall, based on this, and it's been some time since we heard this, is it still true that a majority of the FAMSF board members are also COFAM board members? And as a corollary to that, when the COFAM board meets as COFAM, not as FAMSF, but as COFAM, you still have essentially a quorum of FAMSF board members present, even though you're calling it a COFAM meeting.
It is not correct, actually. So we do not have a quorum of members at the COFAM meetings.
Okay, so COFAM, when they meet, the majority, there are some that are overlapping, correct?
There is just 2 members that are currently overlapping. So, although
Has
we-
that changed? 'Cause I want to think that at some point there was more than just two.
So,
and that may be the resolution that we need for this.
yes, so historically, there was a bit more overlap. As you're highlighting, the boards have worked very hard to completely separate themselves. So at this point, they are separated. So you don't have any questions about overlap that even can call into question some of these issues in front of
Okay,
us.
so I think that was my concern based when I heard this the first time, and it sounds like that may have been resolved, is that when COFAM was meeting as COFAM, there was actually a quorum, perhaps at the time, of FAM-SF board members at the COFAM meeting, in which case that would trigger all the various Sunshine and Brown Act requirements because you now have a quorum of FAM-SF. If that's no longer the case in what you're saying, I might be the opinion that we've kind of resolved this issue. Because I believe what the Public Records Act portion of this was requesting was the meeting minutes of the COFAM board meeting that should have been produced because a quorum of FAM-SF people were there. That may never happen, that we go back and create meeting minutes from something that happened months or years ago. But it sounds like at least that scenario isn't going to be occurring in the future. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I just ask, when did that change? Because I think the records requests here were from 2022, where there was a quorum from FAM-SF at that meeting, kind of triggering these public meeting rules. When did it change, and what is the policy now?
Yeah, so I can't speak to the exact timing on any of those type of changes. I can just speak to currently we don't have this particular overlap question. I still think that, we still take the stance that COFAM is a separate 501c3, and we are not subject to the Public Records Act.
So is there no policy in place that would prevent a repeat of having a majority of FAM-SF people on this COFAM, at COFAM meetings?
It's an interesting question. I don't know if that is specifically called out, but based upon the feedback that we have heard over the years, we did take that seriously so that there wouldn't be a question about overlap.
I have a question.
Member Wolf and then Member LaHood.
So, real quick, you said that COFAM is a 501c3, correct?
That is correct.
Are you subject to 12L?
We are not subject to 12L.
And why is that?
Because we do not receive over $1 million of funding from the city.
Okay, thank you.
Member LaHood?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought it was 250,000.
They changed it.
Oh.
Yep.
That was
I
one of those
see.
agenda items that Member Pilpo.
I might have been not at that meeting. Okay. But regarding, as Vice Chair Stein brought up, we're still talking, this was talking about meetings from 2022. When can we see the records that were requested regarding those meetings?
Well, we still take the stance that we're a separate 501c3, not the Public Records Act does not apply to us, as noted in the city attorney's letter.
But if there was a quorum of FAM-SF members at the COFAM meeting in that year, then it may have not intentionally been a FAM-SF meeting, but constituted one as such at that time.
I guess at that point, are there any records of the COFAM meeting that exist and you're just not turning them over? Or are you just saying we never made meeting minutes for the COFAM meetings that this may have occurred at, and we're not going to produce the documents? And by produce, I don't mean give them over. I mean, literally, you're not going to make meeting minutes retroactively.
So I think there's been we've been in front of this commission over many, many years. I think, way predates my time here at the museums. There's decades worth of various meetings that have occurred at all levels of a complicated nonprofit and city commission together. And so Overall, we still take the stance that COFAM is not subject to the Public Records Act. That's the same stance that's been in place for many, many decades. And we continue to take that particular stance, while at the same time taking the feedback that the board has given that we should be more cognizant about potential overlaps or questions about the board. And so we have worked to completely separate them so that those questions can't be called into the future.
Okay, members, how do you want to proceed?
I think it's kind of a runaround for the old records.
Well, if there's no motion, then this one just, we close it, and that's where we're at.
Well, I have a quick question.
Go ahead, member.
In 2020, when was the increase for 12L? When was that passed? From 250 to $1 million?
Last year.
Okay, so that would put this case well within the jurisdiction of the previous limit of 250,000. At that time, Mr. Siebert, had the COFAM received more than $250,000 in contract with the city?
No.
How are you funded? How is COFAM funded?
Through. Do we want to go down this route?
No, I don't want to go down.
Asking the other. I mean, I can talk about this all day long, but I'm asking the board if you'd like me to respond to funding of the nonprofit. It's in our financial statement audit and our tax return too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think there's two separate issues, so we don't conflate them. This task force before may not agree with it, but we've heard testimony and everything that there's two organizations, right? There's the city organization and the nonprofit organization, right? And let's say typically as far as records requests go, I know COFAM has said, these are COFAM records, we're not going to turn them over. We may not agree with that, but that's historically. This is a different case though. This is a board, it's a city board, it'd be like us, and there's 11 of us, and let's say 10 of us served also consecutively on a nonprofit organization and all met. If that all happened, we were there together, there's a good chance that would trigger Brown Act requirements and everything. That's what we had happen here. And I believe this was a case perhaps years ago when you had a large chunk of the Board of Supervisors who was on the Democratic Central Committee, and they were doing those types of meetings and what those need to be notices. That's the issue we had here. So this is not disputing whether or not COFAM is a nonprofit or whatever. And so what happened here is that there was a COFAM meeting that had a quorum of FAMSF board members at it. And I believe the records requester wanted, well, number one, she brought up the point that those meetings didn't have proper notices, and I think we all agree with that. And part of it was also that you wanted the meeting minutes that would have been triggered had a board met that way. And that's, I think, the tangible record portion that remains unresolved from this, is that there were agendas and or meeting minutes. I'm not sure they actually exist, but if they did exist, that we felt they should be turned over, not because they're COFAM records, but because the board of a quorum of the board of FAMSF met and therefore triggered agendas and meeting minute requirements. There's some nuance to it. And so I guess the question is, do agendas and meeting minutes exist from when FAMSF met as COFAM, but a quorum of FAMSF was there? And if they do exist, can those be turned over to the requester?
So in general, I can't speak to existence of each one of these items since I'm not involved in those particular committees. I also can't speak to your question, if there's a certain overlap on between even these committees that they're referencing and the FAM board. So I can't speak to either of those, but I can just continue to say that, we're still taking the stance that COFAM is a separate entity, 501c3, as noted in the city attorney's report.
And point of information, it was actually for meetings in 2017 and 2019.
Oh, was it? Okay, that far back.
Yeah.
And further, in some cases, it wasn't the full board, it was the executive committees with fewer people in both instances. I think I got some positive feedback earlier about my suggestion or request, but I'm not sure where we go with that. And I think as to the policy of minimizing or eliminating overlap, presumably we all think that's a great idea, but I'm not sure if that's ever been codified or memorialized by any particular entity, and it would probably give us and others a little more something if it were.
Yeah.
So
fair.
Perhaps if you could speak to those 2 points.
Certainly to the latter point, once again, I'm not sure if it's exactly codified, but I understand the intention. I can certainly look into that. Regarding, once again, the split of the institutions, generally we feel like it's pretty clear on our website when you take a look at it as to what all the different entities do. It was also highlighted in the MOU, maybe not to the detail that you're requesting, but it's certainly something that we talk about pretty openly, and it's pretty clear what everybody does, at least from our perspective.
I think it's pretty clear to you. I think it's pretty not clear to us and to members of the public. And I think that's the problem. You're presumably in the building and dealing with all the various people in whatever capacity you deal with them. Members of the public don't know, think it's one big museum, and it's it's arguably a public museum in public parks with public art doing public things. And so why are there these other entities that have private meetings and private records? That's not at all clear to people. And I think that's what we're trying to get some clarity on.
Yeah, as we've discussed before at some of these earlier meetings, just as sort of a reminder, and you can see this when we have our public FAM commission hearings, is that it's very clear as to what the city funds. It's very narrow, right? Security staff, building engineers, utilities, insurance, and some capital maintenance, and that's it. City does not fund anything else that the museums do. And that ties back to the charter, and it's very clear in the city budget.
I think putting this in a document would help. Even if it's in other documents, I think distilling that into a, public digestible thing.
Member LaHood?
I'd like to make some recommendations for moving things forward. I don't think we're going to get any.
I think we're.
Yeah, so my question is, since the petitioner, and unless Mr. Young has learned anything else about her attendance, if she's trying to get in,
Just in case, Anne Marie, if you are here, you can press *3 to indicate you're here, or otherwise use the application to indicate you're here.
okay, well, while we're looking for that, I would say if she were here and wanted us to do something further, maybe I'd say, should we send a letter to ethics saying that we have concerns, even though, as Mr. Seifer says, there's not currently this overlap, that it existed in the past, and records, we believe that there are responsive records that exist from those meetings where there potentially was a quorum of individuals from the city entity present at those meetings, which would constitute public meetings, that they should have been public meetings. Since the petitioner is not here, I don't know whether it makes more sense just to close the case at this point. Chair Yankee, I would defer to you, but I think we should do one or the other and move on from this.
Based on the complexity of this one and the fact that the incidents occurred years ago, and
I'm so sorry, Chair Yankee.
Yeah.
This is Clerk Peterson. Ms. Mabott wrote at 8:54 this morning. This is a reminder that I do not work on Wednesdays. We received an email in the main mailbox. She apologized. She is feeling ill, and she requested a continuance.
Okay. Okay.
Do I have to agree to that? That's how it normally works.
So the rule is that Well, actually, it's a stricter rule for the respondent, believe it or not.
Okay.
City departments are envisioned to have a team of many people who can show up, petitioners.
Right. And the city doesn't fund those positions for us. So,
But that being said, it's not more than 5 days out, and so the only way a continuance can be granted is by a vote of the task force. It's too early to do the day of. So, task force members, I don't know if anyone wants to make a motion to continue this. I think we've heard this extensively. I don't think we're going to get anywhere more if we put this on next month's agenda again. And you can see we've heard this in May, July, August, September. Well, some version of it, right? September, October, November, December. Last March. This is taking up a lot of our time. And this is where, as Member Anderson often reminds us, how much time we want to invest for some type of donation, some type of returns. And so,
like a seasonal art exhibit.
yeah. I don't think ethics, to Member LaHood's question, is going to do anything with this one. And this is, we've been very careful with what we send them. I don't think this is one that's going to get traction there. I'd rather save anything we send them, something that I think we really have a high expectation they're going to act. Not because I'm saying this is not an important thing to try to resolve, but they're going to take the position that their only ability is to really remove someone from office. And we're talking about people who arguably aren't even in there anymore because he already talked about that they're not, So ethics is probably going to come back and say this happened, 7-8 years ago. We can't do anything about it. So I'm thinking it's best just to close it at this point, but others may disagree. Now's the time to make a motion on what you want to do.
I would move that the matter be closed and with indication to the applicant that if she feels that she can get the records through another channel, I file suit, that she should go ahead and do that to secure that, have the court decide whether or not the records are public.
But that's a motion and second.
I'm sorry?
That's a motion and seconded.
Okay, so moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Kumar to close the file. And what I would recommend to be succinct is just refer the petitioner to admin code 67.35 for other options, which includes all of what you spoke about.
What was that code?
It's 6735.
6735.
Yeah, that includes everything that Member Anderson.
Chair, I just want to add one note, and this is going back to something that Member Wolf said. I'd actually like to see a more careful following of the non-admission, the general admission fees that do circulate back to these bodies and that do put them over the threshold of 1 million. Clearly, that's an item of contention. I don't know if that's something for us to do in future, or someone has to bring that to us, because I think that is really a thread that needs to be teased out.
Are you indicating that since these are admission fees that are being garnered because of the use of city resources,
Correct.
that being the art and the museum itself?
Yes, this is public monies, and that's a line of reasoning I'd like to follow. So that's just me, but.
Well, I respect the conversation or discussion around that. A motion has been made, so I want to call the question.
I'm just throwing it in for the record.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a seconder. Let's take public comment on it, which we have to do, and then we'll take a vote.
Yes, on the motion to move by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Kumar to close the matter and refer the petitioner to Administrative Code Section 67.35 for possible future actions. Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter? You can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 if you're on the phone to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise the hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I do not see any indications for public comment.
Okay, public comment is closed, and we can take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion, Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Highland.
No.
Highland, no. Member Pilko.
I will follow up separately with Mr. Seifer, but on the motion, aye.
Pilko, aye. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Highland and Member Wolf voting no.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, appreciate it. Come on to the Monet and Venice exhibition. It's quite popular. So thanks.
Okay. Administrator Peterson, were you able to make contact with Mr. Gaines regarding item 15, which is the next file?
Yes, he indicated that he would be, excuse me, calling in.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and call that file and proceed with that one.
Yes, item number 15, claim filed by Jordair Gaines against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 61.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. If you are part of this matter, a party to this matter, if you can indicate so by raising your hand. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3. If you're online with us, you can so indicate it with the application. I have 2 people on the phone. I have made them panelists and I have unmuted the lines. If the parties who have just been unmuted, if you can announce yourself.
Hello, parties.
Hi, this is Caroline Slaya from the SFMTA for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Lai, for joining us. And then do we have Mr. Gaines here?
Mr. Gaines?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, so both parties are here. So as a reminder to the task force, the action we took at our last meeting was to continue it to this meeting to determine the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency's compliance specific to item number 6 of petitioner's records request. I believe Ms. Salaya has since delivered a communication to our administrator regarding that. And that, I believe, is part of the packet. I forget which page it is, but it should be in there. So that's where we're at. Members, how do we want to proceed? If you want, I can let each person speak briefly. Maybe we do that. I'll give 3 minutes to each side just to give us an update on where they think things are since our last meeting. And again, this is only on item number 6 of the petitioner's original request. So I would ask that the petitioner and the respondent only focus on that since we've narrowed it down there and this is not an opportunity to re-broaden it. So with that said, Administrator Young, if you could let them know when they can begin.
How much?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Mr. Gaines, you may begin at your discretion.
I just want to take a moment to ground what this case is actually about because I don't want the core issue getting lost in the details. At its core, this is about SFMTA not complying with both the Sunshine Ordinance and the task force prior directives. There are really 2 issues here. First is the failure to provide a timely response, and second is the failure to provide a complete and meaningful response to the actual items that were requested by me. When I submitted my request, I laid it out very clear, itemized categories. It wasn't vague. It wasn't overly broad. It was structured in a way that could be responded to directly and transparently. But instead of addressing those categories, what I received was a general timeline that did not map or even answer the specific items I asked for. And when you look closer at the timeline, it contradicts itself. It shows the request was being closed, but then there were still records and communication being produced after that date. So logically, it doesn't add up. A request cannot be closed and still actively being worked on at the same time. Now, I do want to acknowledge the explanation that was given previously, which was that actual documents were sent after closure to make sure I received everything. But in my opinion, respectfully, that explanation actually highlights the issue rather than resolve it. Because if an additional response is still active because if an additional response record were still being identified and produced, then the record was not complete at the time that it was marked closed. So my question becomes, on what base was it closed in the first place? Because a request cannot be both complete and still being supplemented with at the same time. That's not going above and beyond. It indicates that the closure happened because the response, it indicates the closure happened because the response was actually finalized. So I'm just asking that this be evaluated based on two things: the timing of the response and whether the response actually addressed the request in a complete and direct way. That concludes my statement.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alaya, did you have anything you want to say? You have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I am in keeping with the committee and the task force direction that the comments pertain specifically to item 6 of the complainant's request. It was for employee misconduct investigation guidelines. The request sought documentation of SFMTA's guidelines and procedural standards for investigating employee misconduct. Our response was that we did not have responsive records. And at the previous committee meeting, I was asked to confirm that. At the time, I recall that there were at least 2 different sections within SFMTA that were responding to the overall request. And I was not at that time certain that our HR had responded to this, and that rather it might have been our parking enforcement team. So I did go back and ask our manager for employee and labor relations, who had been on this request initially, and she did say that we do not have responsive records because the request sought specific MTA policies, which we do not have. We follow the city's direction on that. And so I did send a response on March 18th to the SOTF, relaying that information, that the response provided is accurate, that we do not have responsive records for that item. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, how do you want to proceed on this one? Is there something, Member Popo?
Yeah, I need to go in a moment, something about Passover. But it seems like in general, MTA responded. Perhaps it took a while and there were issues on our end, and there are all kinds of things that have transpired on this. But if in fact we're just down to item 6, and if MTA doesn't have written guidelines or procedural standards for investigating employee misconduct, as was just related by Ms. Zelaya, then perhaps we are correct in closing this matter. And if Mr. Gaines has something further that he wants or needs from MTA, then perhaps he should file a new request to clarify and narrow, because it seems like his original request was lengthy and it took them a while to get through it all. But ultimately, it seems like MTA may have provided what was available otherwise. So when you're ready for a motion, I'm prepared to move to close the matter.
Just noting that we did not ever issue an OD on this, and so we could close it.
Oh,
but that would
sorry.
be-
I thought,
No.
I'm sorry. I thought that we had, this is, All right.
It
This is
continued a lot.
actually,
A
it's
continued-
so many continuance. Okay, so this is actually the hearing on the merits.
This is the hearing on the merits, correct?
Surprise. Okay.
But we've heard all the other merits and came to
Right.
the point where we couldn't rule on this very specific item.
Right.
And we
Okay.
didn't make a motion to that effect. I mean, the only thing we did was
Okay.
continue.
If that's the case, then I think I'm inclined, although I'm open to persuasion, that there was a timeliness violation from way back for taking too long on the overall thing, but I'm not sure that this needs any further compliance work. And if I'm wrong that on the timeliness issue, then I'm willing to withdraw on that. This may be where I want to hear from others.
Complaint committee members, do you recall, was there a timeliness component to this? I don't recall that there was.
The request was received on November 1st, 2024, and documents were released, the first documents were released on November 26th, 2024. So
I think Member Pilpel, where we were, if I recall correctly, and everyone may not have been on this, on the same page, but I know I've said it, and I believe Member Schmidt said it. I don't want to put words in his mouth that I'm here, but I believe so. So we were inclined to find no violation, but then the point came up about SFMTA said they had no records related to item number 6.
Couldn't confirm.
But couldn't confirm that they actually did the checking to make sure that was correct. And so now they're confirming that indeed their initial reply saying they didn't have any responsive records to number 6 was in fact the correct response at the time. So I'm not sure there's a timing. I don't recall the timeliness component.
well, I think they also, I think there was also, the response came 11 days later, not 10 days later.
No, it didn't.
It was close. Yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay, so does someone have a
So
motion?
was Vice Chair Stein, so you were saying that there was a timeliness violation?
By one
Technically.
day in terms of their response, yes.
What days were they?
The request was received on November 1st. I know when the first documents were released, and I'm not sure, I have to go back and look.
Was this 2024?
Four.
I believe there was a time.
So 10 days
Extension
would have been November 11th.
But I believe they invoked the extension.
Did they invoke that? Something would have been had to be replied by November 11th. I just can't. I'm trying to search through 200 some pages of this packet. And
I think the response is November 12th, and then they asked for an extension.
okay. So technically, that would be a day late. November 11th was a Monday. I mean, if that's
I think that was my point, that if we do find a timeliness violation, that it's a technical. I don't have a strong feeling. I'm gonna go.
okay. Does someone have a motion?
I can move to find a timeliness violation in this case since the response was one day late.
Okay, so that's a violation of
67.
721B for replying one day past the deadline.
Second.
All right, so motion by Vice Chair Stein, seconded by Member Pilpel. Let's open that up to public comment.
One moment. Yes, on the motion to find violation 67.21B, are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter? You can approach the podium. If you're on the phone, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I see no request for public comment at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed. We could take the vote on that motion.
That's Victor, you said 6721B.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you said 22, so I'm just checking.
On that motion, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you to the parties for joining us this evening, and we will move on to item
No
number
referral on that.
There's no referral. That's it.
And I'm out.
Okay, member Pilpel, you can mark absent as of 6:55 p.m.
Hag Sameach.
Thanks.
And then we're ready for item 16. Six.
Yes, item number 16. File number 25088, complaint filed by Rick Sanders against the Office of the Mayor for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and/or complete manner. On December 16th, 2025, the complaint committee found the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and refer the matter to the task force with the recommendation that the Office of the Mayor violated Admin Code Section 67.21 by applying inappropriate standards for withholding privileged documents, and that the respondent be ordered to apply the correct standards in a second attempt to respond to produce the documents. Oh, there's more. On January 7, 2026, the task force found that the mayor violated Admin Code Section 67.21B by failing to respond to a public request in a timely and/or complete manner, and ordered the respondent to apply the correct standards in the second attempt at a response to produce the records, and refer the matter to committee. On January 27, 2026, the EOTC continued matter to the call of the chair. I'm not sure.
No, yep, and I'll take it from there.
Skip a part
No,
Did you skip-
that's it.
by failing to, what about 6721C?
Oh,
You skipped that part. On January 7th, task force
this is a violation of
Yeah.
6721B and
by failing to respond to public records in a timely and complete manner, and 6721C by failing to assist a requester.
yes, so there was both a 6721B and C component to this.
Yeah, I
Thank
just
you,
didn't
Member
hear the 6721C. That's
So this was heard by EOT on January 27th. It was supposed to go to the March one. The clerk's office failed to properly notice that meeting. Since I didn't think it was appropriate to have this sit 4 months waiting for a hearing, I brought it to this one. But nonetheless, since this did go to EOT for at least some type of compliance hearing, maybe EOT Chair Highland can give us an update about what transpired at that meeting, and we can take it from there tonight. And while that happens, if we can, when we have the folks, I think, on this panelist, so we're good there. So let me turn it over to you, Chair Highland.
I'm trying to remember if we actually were able to hear this one. We had some irregularities. I think was it that meeting?
It may have been that one.
Yeah.
This may have been one of the items that
I
you
think
were able to.
I think we stopped and then we
There were some that I think that there were documents that were submitted that didn't make the.
right. And
So this may have been one
yeah,
of those.
I don't have anything to update.
Okay.
I think just take it from the last point.
Okay. So we're going to be kind of doing the work of EOT since they couldn't meet in March. So why don't we start by giving each side 3 minutes to let us know where things stand after We initially heard this file on January 7th. We'll start with the petitioner, and I'll let our administrator know when.
If you are a party to this matter, if you can so indicate by raising your hand. If you're on the phone, you can press *3. And I see 2 hands raised. You have control under the microphones yourself. I believe we can take the petitioner first, Mr. Sanders.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you can 3 or 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
We'll start with 3.
You have 3 minutes to provide comments on the matter.
Thank you. So yeah, my understanding is that on January 27th, the EOT also ordered that additional documentation be provided within 5 days. I'm not sure that I heard that, but that was my understanding as well. After that, the mayor's office followed up on February 4th with a release of a few documents that I feel, which I entered into the record over email, does not satisfy this request nor concerns discussed at that subcommittee hearing. There's nothing released by the mayor about the call with the president at all. What was released is a few responses to a mass text from the mayor's office about the subsequent press conference. It looks like someone is unmuted, by the way, a call-in user. And yeah, so they have 2 big concerns about that. The first is obviously that these are responses from various officials saying, yes, I'll be at the press conference or whatever, but nothing about the call with the president. The other concern is that these documents were withheld in the first place. None of them seem in any way privileged at all. They're just like, someone being like, great, thanks for the invite to the press conference. So that second concern, is why were these withheld in the first place? And why were they not found after like multiple search attempts? Ultimately, this all feels very much like malicious compliance to me. Like technically, yes, I will provide you with documentation within 5 days, like you said, but it's kind of nothing documentation that should have been released in the first batch in the first place. So yeah, I mean, this is still very concerning to me. I feel like it clearly rises to the level of willful violation. At this point, we have no further information about the Trump phone call in the first place. Meanwhile, we have reporting from the SF Standard that a top police official told officers in a union meeting that San Francisco ramped up late-night drug raids to keep President Donald Trump from deploying federal forces to the city. That's very concerning. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. There's only one way to know, and we're being blocked from knowing. The public should have access to that information. It doesn't. There is great public interest in this matter, and the mayor's office has been very stubborn in continuing to not comply with the law, which is very concerning. We have one billionaire and another billionaire doing stuff behind closed doors, and the public is just kind of like asked to hope that things work out. That's not how democracy works or how politics should work. So I encourage SOTF to send this to the Ethics Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Find a violation. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move over to the mayor's office, and our administrator will let you know when you can begin.
You may begin at your discretion.
Okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Good evening. I'm Dexter Darmali from the mayor's office. As always, I want to start by thanking the committee and its staff for your work and dedication to our city. I appreciated the questions that were asked during the complaint committee and during the full task force hearing at the last time I was here. And I want to use this time to further clarify and show that the Office of the Mayor has fully complied with the Sunshine Ordinance. We asked that the task force to reconsider its recommendations, find the Office of the Mayor has fully complied with the task force and the Sunshine Ordinance, and close its complaint. The original request broadly saw communications sent or received by the mayor's office concerning the potential deployment of the National Guard in San Francisco. The mayor's office timely responded that it had no responsive documents other than those it was withholding for the basis of attorney-client privilege. The October 29th determination was based on a diligent and reasonable document search. On January 7th, 2026, members of the full task force ordered the Office of the Mayor to conduct the search again with additional areas of interest. The Office of the Mayor found additional documents based on the expanded criteria at the direction of the full task force. Mr. Sanders and the task force were sent the additional responsive documents on January 26th. The documents sent did not exist at the time of Mr. Sanders' original request or were not part of the original request. These documents sent on January 26th and February 4th included Mayor Lurie's Prop G calendar for October 22nd and communications for the organization of the mayor's October 22nd press conference. No further additional documents were found or withheld after taking a more expansive view of the request during the renewed search. I believe at this point we've done this search many times. We've looked everywhere. We're at a point now where it's simply, if documents are believed to exist, then they must exist, but that is not the case. And the Sunshine Ordinance does not require the city to produce documents if they do not exist. Given this information, I thank you all for your attention to this matter. I look forward to your questions and ask that the committee move to close this complaint.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, how do we want to go forward with this one?
Member Highland here. I see on page 120, I think it's 126, 127, the response, but I don't see the documents. Is that in our package as well? No? Anybody else see them?
And Mr. Peterson, do you know? Did you include those in their packet?
One moment, please.
So it was a Prop G calendar from the 26th, and then some other emails, I think, on the February 4th. Or perhaps I could ask Mr. Sanders that. Mr. Sanders, what did you receive on those two emails?
You can't hear him.
Is Mr.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you note in your Wednesday, February 4th, just under for the record, this does not satisfy the concerns discussed in the most recent SOTF agreement.
Yes. On February 4th, I received a PDF file with screenshots of text messages that were sent on October 23rd, which is within the time range of my original request.
Okay, stop right there. Clerk, do we have that?
Page 110.
110, thank you. All right. Carry on, Mr. Sanders. So you got the PDF of the texts?
Yes. And then that was the that was the latest, I believe.
Okay. I see it now. Thank you.
Do you have a question?
I was clearly not on the task force when all of this originally happened. So I guess I'm just curious, like, has there been any indication or any information provided that would actually indicate that there is like some sort of record of the call and like what format that would have been in?
Yeah, we we discussed this in detail, and I was quoted in Mission Local, which put me in a spotlight for all different reasons. But what basically happened back then was they practically said there is no record.
Yeah.
Like, it is just like we know the call happened. There were two other people on the call along with voters and the mayor. Who these people are has not been revealed. In fact, it was not even on the calendar when it was not even agendized, put on the calendar when it happened. So practically, we are looking at a situation where they're not going to give us anything. They're not willing to give us anything.
But we can't guarantee that what is being asked to be provided actually exists.
It exists. My suspicion is there's no documentation. That's why they're not willing to give it up. But I'm speculating.
Well, and I guess that's my challenge here because, like, I talk to my husband on the phone all the time, and I wouldn't know how to find a document indicating what happened in that conversation.
We will have to call for call logs. And also one quick thing was that last time, I think they said that the mayor was not aware that POTUS is going to call him, which is why a lot of us had called them out saying, how could you not know the president of the United States is calling you? Like, it's not POTUS, it's POTUS who's calling you.
Knowing who this president is, that's not actually shocking to me. And I don't think it's up to us to determine how we think that the president should or should, like, we can't predict how this president is or isn't going to call whomever they're going to call or whomever they're going to tweet about. Like, yeah, there are a lot of standards and practices of the White House that have been just completely disregarded under this president.
I'll give you two examples that I had taken away from the last one that concerned me. Number one, I don't believe at the time there was any call logs turned over. Now, I agree with you. There may very well be nothing regarding conversations that take place between you and whomever on a phone call, but we all have a log of our calls and shows the date, the time, and the phone number, right? You can find that on your phone, and certainly if you're using a city phone, it's going to be there. I don't think that was turned over. So while I don't necessarily know if anything more than that exists, that clearly exists. And then at the time, which is what these text messages were about, a portion of the request said that they wanted emails, texts, or memos within the mayor's office or between the mayor's office and federal officials or the mayor's office and other city officials or agencies referencing the phone call or the planned federal deployment and its cancellation. And so we all knew that there were clearly communication between the mayor's office and other city officials because they all went on a big press conference, and lo and behold, indeed, there were a bunch of communications via text message. And so the concern I think I would have is that obviously some of these things weren't turned over in the first go around. We could say, well, they asked for communications. You all showed up at a press conference. How did everyone know that existed? And then okay, now we get a bunch of text messages showing that they did in fact have communications with other city officials regarding the planned federal deployment and its cancellation. I don't know what still exists. And maybe the mayor's office could respond. Were any call logs ultimately turned over? Because obviously there must be a city phone, be it a cell phone, a landline, a personal phone the mayor is using to conduct city business, in which case, under City of San Jose, that would be a public record. So were there any call logs turned over?
The closest document to a log that was given to the requester was the Prop G calendar, which lists the time, the topic, and attendees of the phone call. So that was given and that was produced.
Well, that's not the call log. I mean, we've seen this, so many times that you can contact the cell phone company, but most of it's stored on the device itself, right? I can pull up my call log and go back months and see every spam call I got, and it would just far outnumbers the legitimate calls I got. It's very easy public record to produce, and so I'm still kind of concerned why that hasn't been produced at a bare minimum. I mean, I'm not expecting necessarily that the mayor's office made notes or has responsive records to a lot of these other things, but at a very minimum, there should be a call log somewhere. I mean, that's just, if a phone call exists, it exists. So why wouldn't that have been turned over yet? A Prop G entry is not a call log because someone may want to verify that the Prop G entry indeed does reflect the actual public record of the call.
Like I said at our last meeting to discuss this, there is no item on the phone that says President of the United States on an incoming call. So,
well, I know it wouldn't say President of the United States unless you saved it as that contact, but there's obviously a record of that phone call. A certain phone number either called in and was answered, or the mayor's phone called out to some number, and that we all know that was that phone call. I mean, I think this is, saying that it wasn't saved as a contact that said President of the United States Trump doesn't negate the fact that it still is a responsive record. So I'm not understanding why, at least at a bare minimum, a call log wouldn't exist somewhere and can't be turned over. I was hoping that would be something, and I appreciate you going back and finding the communications with other city departments in regards to the press conferences. That's something we all knew existed. That was on the television, and news stories had it, and so we knew that communication existed because we knew all those people somehow knew to be there for it. but it doesn't sound like the call log was addressed. I mean, I won't keep belaboring the point. I'll let someone else go, but that's the concern I continue to have here.
That's what I would say too.
We conducted the search. I looked for if that existed in the phone. That did not exist. I can't give you a document that does not exist.
Member LaHood?
I would contend that unless the mayor has a special phone, there is a call log in the phone. And even if the president called in with no caller ID, although how would the mayor know to answer that, but perhaps someone called a different person actually, I don't want to speculate. We know there's a call log. It exists. There should be the record of a phone call, even if that person or phone number was not identified, that happened at the same time the mayor has said he was speaking to the president. A responsive record would be an indication of here's a call from that time on that day that lasted 24 minutes and 37 seconds or however long it was. And there should be an ability to corroborate what the public has been told with that log.
Member Kumar?
It's a question for the chair. Are they still citing attorney-client privilege like they were last year?
Well, no, they're saying this. I mean, in regard to the call log, they're saying it doesn't exist. I just don't see how that can't exist. It literally exists. I mean, we all know there was a call. I think they're saying that there's other records that also exist that are attorney-client privilege, but
No, it does seem paradoxical because they were previously saying it's attorney-client privilege. Now they're saying it's there, but we won't give it. Like unless there's a solid reason to not give it, I think they should give it. I don't know how else to word
well,
that.
I think their position is it doesn't exist. Is that your position, Mr. Dermali, that the call log does not exist?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're saying it doesn't exist. The only reason I could see it not existing is if they deleted said record, because it.
What was the position?
I have a question for Mr. Damali, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So Mr. Damali, Member Kumar here, in a mail dated November 6, 2025, you wrote to Mr. Sanders that there are no responsive records, but you also said that you withheld records based on attorney-client privilege. I'm a little confused. What records did you withhold?
We have discussed this point many times, and I am happy to discuss it again. We withheld documents when we originally responded to Mr. Sanders' request because they were attorney-client privilege. And as that was what we first spoke about at the complaint hearing. And then we went to the full task force. I further clarified what attorney-client privilege means. That is members of the mayor's office and members of the city attorney's office working on documents. And that I further went to the point of the documents that are being withheld that are responsive are, when looking at Mr. Sanders' request, it is part 3 of it when it's records of planned federal deployment, and it's the 3rd bullet point, which is records of the mayor's executive directive or other city level actions preparing for that federal deployment. For example, the directive signed on October 22nd. And it's only that bullet point and that portion of the request where there are documents withheld for attorney-client privilege.
So, Mr. Jamali, there are documents available. It's not that everything's gone, right?
We have always maintained that there are, for that portion of the request which I read, there are documents that are being withheld that attorney-client privilege. But I will say there's not been a moving target of what's being withheld and not being withheld. I also want to say that as well. It's not like we are adding things that are covered by attorney-client privilege. That is by no means what is happening here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and I think we have legal counsel here that can verify for me or for us that attorney-client privilege really applies to the attorney. The client can reveal whatever they want at any time, but the privilege is really to the attorney not to reveal as on behalf of their client. But the client can certainly reveal anything they want at any time. That's it.
Oh, hold on. Doesn't appear to be on. So maybe turn it on and on.
Nope, can't hear it.
This is DCA Nguyen. I don't know off the top of my head, so I can research that for you and get back to you if you want. But I do believe that the holder of the privilege would be the client. But I can double check on that.
Right. The privilege is to the client whether to release the documents or not. But it's not necessarily attorney-client privilege that does that. It's just the privilege of the client. So, you know, it's up to the mayor whether they want to reveal that information they're trying to hold confidential. The question is whether this information is confidential or not, or it should be a publicly disclosed record or information. That's really what's before us here.
And if attorney-client privilege is being used, then it sounds like the attorney is recommending that the client does not produce those documents.
The attorney-client privilege is to prevent the attorney from revealing information that could harm their case against the wishes or the desires of the client. Okay, the client, the information belongs to the client. The client can reveal the information anytime they want, but they hold the privilege to prevent the attorney from revealing it on their behalf. That's the way I understand it.
Not quite. It's sort of. I mean, my understanding is that because we've had people request items from us before that we've being the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force have withheld as attorney-client privilege. I don't think
and we've revealed it,
and sometimes we haven't. It's up to them. So it's the mayor. I don't think is required to disclose them. I think he can opt to disclose them, but I don't think he is forced to disclose anything that is currently being withheld under attorney-client privilege. That's certainly how we've done it ourselves before. Whether or not we, as the client, want to waive privilege or not. And we've received advice from the city attorney's office and the DCAs. And in some instances, we voted to waive the privileges, and in other instances, we voted not to. So to me personally, I don't believe this case really involves the doc, or there's much we can do about the documents that are being withheld as attorney-client privilege because we can't see them. And I think only courts can be able to determine that with an in-camera review. The concern I have are there any things on this list that I think is, obviously in existence that still isn't being disclosed, since it seems the category of attorney-client privilege is very narrow on one bullet point. Member Sugarman?
Yes. I don't know what the motion would look like, but I want whatever the equivalent is of speaking to the manager. Because in both cases that we've heard from this representative, I just get the sense that they are communicating this from somebody else. And I feel like their hands are tied to tell us anything else. And I agree, as I did last time, that the phone log does exist. And furthermore, what I said last time about the prior administration treating phone records in a similar way, and which makes me want to understand more about what the office policy is and what is happening with these specific records. Not looking at the attorney-client privilege or any other records, but specifically the phone logs. So I don't know what that motion looks like, but that's the motion I want.
I totally get you, but that's where I am too.
We're on comments, right?
Yeah, we're kind of in a compliance hearing, so we can kind of, this is a little less structured, but we need to figure out how it is we want to
I just want to say, and I think it is my moral and social responsibility to say this. As a person of color, I'm deeply concerned where the city is going. It's very scary for me to walk on the streets, knowing fully well that if we have ICE on the streets, they can pick me up just because of how I look. And it's a concern for every person of color, Latino, everybody, Indian, everybody in this country. And I just want to say, this is the start of so many things that are happening. At SF Airport, ICE is picking up people. We have seen videos of it circulating. So we need to know what's there in the call. We cannot let this go. If we let this go today, we are going to be letting so many things go on in the city, and they will be just be walking up about unaccounted for their actions. And I'm very concerned, and I think I speak on behalf of a lot of people of color. We are very concerned about what's happening in America.
Thank you, Member Kumar.
Mr. Chair, just quickly, a quick clarification, if you don't mind.
I think Member Anderson was going to speak.
Member Anderson, go for it.
Yeah, Mr. Damali, the only thing I wanted to ask, did the mayor submit his phone to our technology department to pull out the log, the phone call log? Did he ask them to assist him or anybody in his staff in accessing his phone log?
IT was not part of this document search.
Oh. Do you think that maybe they might be helpful in finding the phone log that you all can't find?
It's not a matter of the document does not exist. I've said this many times, just because this is speculation that this document exists, and going back and forth and thinking that this exists does not will it to exist.
How do you know? Are you a tech? I'm just asking,
I mean, that's speculation on, I'm not a tech person, so how can I say, but that at the same time as any custodian of record, a tech expert, or based on what document they're asked to search for. So that question could extend to any type of document that we're asking city officials to search for.
I see what you're saying.
Member Wolf, I think you had something.
Yeah, I just want to make a clarification with regards to attorney-client privilege, so we're clear. It's in Evidence Code 954 and allows clients to refuse to disclose and prevent others from disclosing confidential communications made to their attorney for the purpose of seeking or providing legal advice. It's not necessarily withholding an actual public document. That's the way the definition in the law reads. So, I mean, it covers oral and written communications between the attorney and the client. It's not necessarily the discovery documents or the public documents. Now, there could be other reasons that the documents that are being withheld, if they exist, for other reasons that we've gone through the gamut through. But I think in this case, I don't think that these particular documents are exempt. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. I hope that's helpful.
Member Kumar.
I have a question for Mr. Damali. You're saying the documents don't exist, but were they deleted?
At the time we searched for the documents, we did a thorough search and turned over everything we have. When we receive requests, we keep documents, and once requests are received, we ensure that all documents we have at that time of the request being received are maintained according to our department's document retention policy.
So when, in this case, you clearly didn't meet your document retention policy, did you inform the department? Is there any communication we can get our hands on?
First said that we did not meet our documents retention policy, so I'm not sure where that's coming from.
No, if you did not meet it, like, did you acknowledge that you didn't meet it and why you didn't meet it? Like, is there any acknowledgement anywhere?
We We complied with our document retention policy throughout this whole process.
So if you did comply, that means the documents exist.
We have turned over every document that exists for this request. Is there some things you have in mind specifically?
I think Member Anderson should go now. Yeah.
Can I ask one last question? This is Member Anderson again, and the only question I have, since not being a techie, I did pull up my phone log and saw many things I should have deleted. But could I ask you, what is the mayor's office policy on deleting phone logs for calls received or made on a phone used in city business?
I would have to check on that specific item and if there even is a specific carve out in the document retention policy for that type of document.
Mr. Chair?
So there is a policy, a written policy?
The mayor's office document retention policy can be found on our website and is a public document.
And that addresses also communications, telecommunications? Or
That's correct. The document retention policy has been publicly available the whole time we've been in office.
And it conforms to the law, correct?
The policy has been signed off by a variety of city officials, as most department policies are.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a clarification.
Yeah.
Have we ascertained whether the phone that the call was made on was a private phone or a city-owned phone?
You can ask. I'm not sure we're going to get a better response, but do we know which phone was used?
We know.
Yes, we discussed this at the last full task force hearing. This it was on the mayor's personal phone.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll add the point of we have turned over, since this complaint was first brought about, many pages of additional documents, which I hope has been seen and reviewed. And as we are trying to, this is a very broad request and new points were brought up. And so when it became more and more specific, we looked as this is a very large department with numerous documents, and we did a diligent and thorough review and turned over everything that we have and clarified what we have been withholding.
Okay. Members, I don't want to keep going around and around. This seems to be one of those situations that we talked about before where we're not getting any closer to resolution. I think we all have some thoughts, many in agreement. Maybe we're not in 100% agreement with each other, but I think we need to figure out how we want to go about proceeding on this one and not just more discussion. Member Kumar?
I can say we can continue to find a violation, but at this point, I feel last time I was banging my head against the wall. This time I'm bleeding. The next time I'll have to take a shower in my own blood. It pretty much seems like that. Like, it's not going to end. They'll keep coming back saying we don't have the documents. So I think we'll have to probably take some stronger action against the mayor's office. That would be my recommendation.
This is that point that discussion kind of stopped and now we need a motion. I mean, I think we have, a few options, right? I think, at least in my personal opinion here, to get to a place to make a motion, I don't think having more of these types of hearings is going to be effective use of our time. I think the mayor's office is going to say what the mayor's office is going to say. We think what we're going to think. there may be some disagreement about some of the documents and what, may or may not exist. But I don't think this form is going to get us any closer to that. And so I think we need to figure out what it is we do next, if anything, right? We could, for instance, the options available under the Sunshine Ordinance are, we could send it to the district attorney or the attorney general. If the attorney general is not going to do anything, this is a city matter, not a state matter. I don't suspect the district attorney is much interested in this. Who knows? We could send it to the Ethics Commission and say that, they do have subpoena powers. They may be able to compel more direct testimony. If they were to conduct an investigation, then we can compel, since we don't have specific subpoena powers. That's another avenue to go. We could say, we can't do anything more because this requires an in-camera review of documents that continue to exist, and say the administrative process is over and you need to sue. Those are some of, I think, the options on the table. I'm not saying one is better than the other, but I think that's what we now need to figure out what we want to do.
I vote sending it to the Ethics Commission. I think that makes a lot more sense. My motion would be to send this matter to the Ethics Commission with the recommendation of the task force to, adjudicate and make sure that that the documents that they state are not, sorry, I'm losing my mind.
But let me hold on just one second before you make your motion. Is that if we send something over to the Ethics Commission, the Ethics Commission will should accept, based on their current regulations, referrals under either 6734, which is if we find a willful violation, that references the Ethics Commission. We've kind of colloquially called that a willful violation referral. The other one we've kind of termed a non-willful violation referral is under 6735. The Ethics Commission's current enforcement regulations say that they will accept that. However, the last time we tried to do that, which is with the Matthew Lataki issue with the cameras for license plate readers, the commission tossed it out and said, we're not going to deal with that because there's nothing we can do about it anyways. And then ethics staff followed up by proposing the Ethics Commission rewrite the regulations to not accept anything under 6735 anyways. Member Schmidt, me, I think Member Pilpel attended at least one, if not more, Ethics Commission's hearing, tried to tell them that was a bad idea, that, there's two avenues that's written in the Sunshine Ordinance. They paused that process, and so they never adopted the new regulations to stop that. But nonetheless, they didn't vote it down either. So I think it's still an open question. And I'm not sure that that's going to get much traction. So I think the only way that this would get any potential look from the Ethics Commission is if we send it under 6734. Now, I'm not convinced that staff and the Ethics Commission is really going to do anything, even if we send it under 6734, due to the politics and a lot of other reasons. Nor does anything under 6734 actually ever come before the Ethics Commission by default. The staff and the Ethics Commission can close those referrals without it ever appearing for a public hearing before the Ethics Commission. So just not saying it's a good or bad idea. I just wanted to make sure that was all very clear about how the process works, because we did that with the last several ones, and we put a lot of work in collectively among members and got us nowhere with the Ethics Commission. In fact, the only thing we got is we don't like the rules, and so we're going to make it even harder for you to do this next time. They're just throwing that out there. Member Sugarman, I see your hand up.
I think that given that I can't remember that this came up specifically with Mayor Lurie, that we would forward it to the Ethics Commission under 6735 then, and then just advance the ball. And obviously, I mean, because I agree that we should do something more than nothing, with the expectation that nothing might happen. But that way, it's at least on the books that we did that, so that if it comes up again, then we can forward it again for willful violation. So I make a motion to forward it to the Ethics Commission under for potential violation under 6735.
What's your saying?
Slight side view of this, but I'm wondering if we could have in our motion that we find that they did not comply with our orders, and therefore we are sending it, with the rest of the word.
You make it.
No, I don't want to make it. But I just want to bring it up because I feel like we don't really track when there's compliance or no compliance. And I feel like we need to start moving in that direction, and that it's a minimal thing, but to officially find if there's no compliance, then we have that we can go back to, and, you know, maybe at the end of the year say, okay, these are the people or these are the bodies that did not comply with the sunshine orders at a bare minimum.
I think that's a good point. And in fact, I think that's probably what they're going to want to see. In fact, I know they're going to want to see our order of determinations. That's back when the Ethics Commission was being more cooperative with us, which is what they want in the supplemental documentation. And we do obviously have that in this case. And so I think kind of combining what you both of you are saying is saying something along the lines of that we move to find that the mayor's office has not complied with the order of determination and therefore request the Ethics Commission investigate for enforcement action under 6735.
Can I clarify
Yes.
what we're saying they did not comply with?
We think they have the phone logs.
We think they do, but we don't know that they do. So we're saying that they don't comply because we believe that something exists that might not.
Yes, we're using our own judgment to say that.
I mean,
We know that phones all have locks.
either A, they exist and they're not turning them over, or B, they deleted them immediately so that they could not be turned over.
Which is a violation.
And in my opinion, we've seen a pattern of this from the mayor's office before, which is also why I'm saying we can forward it without recommendation for willful violation, because this is the first in this mayor's office's pattern. There isn't an established pattern yet.
I mean, the history, I don't want to get too far off, but we had the prior mayor office come forward and say, you know, the same thing. Why don't you have the phone logs? Oh, maybe the mayor loses their phone once a week and she's gone through like 100 phones. This was like an actual answer we got. Okay.
Yeah. I remember reading about.
So I think our position is, you know, even if you're using a personal phone, it's a government record, there are retention requirements. And, you know, I have not heard testimony here that the mayor's office deleted it. No one said yet from the mayor's office, I deleted that record, the mayor deleted that record. And so I'd be inclined to support this because as of right now, without hearing that said record was deleted, presumption is it's out there and therefore should be turned over. I don't know if that.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
You know, in 6721D, you know, this can be referred to the State Attorney General because it's also a violation of the California Public Records Act.
I could. So I think we have the makings of a motion. Oh, Member Kumar, do you have something?
I just wanted to say, Apple does back up about 1,000 call logs to iCloud when backups are activated. Now I don't have the mayor's phone, so I don't know if his backups are activated. But another thing is that the carriers, we can actually get the call logs from the carriers as well. So to say that they don't exist is, they exist. They're out there.
Well, there was that San Bernardino case where Apple refused to give the information to the government, if you remember.
Okay, so I think we had makings of a motion over there. Was that?
What Member Stein has is what I said.
Okay, I was suggesting, or if you want, I could, I'll make it. Okay, I'll make the motion. All right. I'll move that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force finds that the Office of the Mayor failed to fully comply with our order of determination in this matter and refers the matter to the Ethics Commission for further investigation under 6735. And then now the Ethics Commission can do what they want. I have a basic template that we used for the last one. I can use that for this one. It's not a lengthy, explanation about what we think. It just basically refers it over. So that's
Should we leave this open for compliance?
I'd prefer not to, because it's my personal opinion, Member Wolf, that I think we've done as much as we can do on this. And I think we need to hold someone else accountable and not make it look like it's our responsibility anymore. I think the Ethics Commission needs to step up and take a role in some of these issues.
Fair enough.
So.
Fair enough.
Family members can have access to Apple call logs too.
Okay.
Not that I'm going to ask Mayor Lori's family members, but yeah.
Okay, so that's my motion. Is there a second to it?
Second.
All right, seconded by Member Sugarman.
Could we have Mr. Young read that back?
Yes, go ahead, Member Young, Administrator Young.
Yes, action moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Sugarman, to find that the office of the mayor failed to fully comply with the SOTF order of determination and refers the matter to the Ethics Commission under Administrative Code Section 67.35.
Yep, that sounds right. Okay, we had way more than 2 times around for some of us, but no one seemed to object. So let's open this up to a public comment and try to move forward.
Yes, if any members of the public who would like to make public comment, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us on the telephone, you can press *3. Or otherwise, use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I have no indications of public comment for this matter.
Okay, public comment is closed, and let's take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland. Highland, aye. Topel, absent. Member Sangerardi.
Nay.
Sangerardi, nay. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. That motion passes with Member Sangerardi voting no.
Okay, thank you parties for joining us this evening. Okay, this was the point where we finished up with return ones, and so let's do a check-in to see, do we have everyone for items 17, 18, and 19 present? And if so, would the members from item 17 allow 18 and 19 to go before them? I will totally defer to those folks in 17. So that's HV Safe and someone from Supervisor Bilal Mahmood's office. Let's start with them. Are both of them here?
If you are online with us, you can raise your hand via the application or *3 on the telephone. Have one person with their hand raised. Hi, Renell. Which item are you here for? Oh, they muted themselves. If you're associated with one of these items, oh, here goes another one. Let me refresh that.
Hello, I'm with number 18.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, I didn't know that muting would permanently mute myself. Yeah, Raynell Cooper with item 17. I would strong preference to remain on the order of the agenda.
Okay. And do we have HV Safe here? Because that's who we're calling next. Someone for HV Safe. Item 17, file number 25094.
All hands raised have had their microphones unmuted.
Okay, so this might go actually pretty fast. Well, since I don't think they're here, we may move on to the Rec and Park ones sooner rather than later. So let's just go ahead and call 17 into the record.
Item number 17, file number 250. Oh, one moment. Item number 17, file number 25094, complaint filed by HV Safe against Supervisor Mahmood for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On 3/17/26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction and requested records are public and forwarded the matter to the full task force with no recommendation.
Okay, so I know we have someone here from Supervisor Mahmood's office. If we could go ahead and promote him. Thank you for joining us this evening. We're still looking for HV Safe. Do we have someone from HV Safe here? If they could please raise your hand.
From the, that no emails have come in recently from
Okay,
HB Safe.
Thank you for confirming, Administrator Peterson.
Okay, I have one more hand raised with, I'm going to unmute them just to double check. Christopher, which item are you here for?
Sorry, I'm for number 18. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're looking for the petitioner for item 17 right now. Okay, it does not look like the petitioner is here. So members, I'd recommend we close this for under complaint procedure 7B for non-attendance by the petitioner. Do we have a motion to that effect?
Second.
All right, sure. I'll make that motion. I'll move and seconded by member Sangiardi to close pursuant to complaint procedure 7B due to non-attendance by the petitioner. Let's open that up to public comment.
Are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on this matter? If you're in the audience, you can approach the podium. If you're online, you can raise your hand to indicate you would like to make public comment. I believe I only have one hand raised, but that is for item number 17. Oh, that is.
I think that's the respondent.
Yes, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, I think he was raising it so we knew that he was here. Raynell, as I see your name is, did you have any comments you wanted to make before we?
No, thank you all for all that you do. I'm glad we can, glad we'll move on from this.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, doesn't look like we have public comment. We gave the respondent time to say something, so I think we can move to vote on that motion.
Yes, on the motion to table close the matter pursuant to our procedure 7B. On that motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Sangiardi.
Aye.
Closing.
Sangiardi, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson. Next on the list, Member Highland. Aye. And then I, Topel absent.
Yeah, sorry, I was just confused.
Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Just give it a moment.
Yep.
Member Anderson.
Here.
I think it's an I or an A. It was closed pursuant to 7B, non-attendance of the petitioner. There you go.
Anderson, aye. The motion passes without objections.
Okay, thank you again to Supervisor Mahmood's office for showing up tonight, and we can move on to item 18.
Thank you all.
Item number 18, file number T6013, complaint filed by Chris Colari against the San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating admin code section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public request in a timely and or complete manner. On March 17, 26, the Planning Committee found the task force has jurisdiction. The requested requisite public and refer the matter to the task force for consideration. A violation of section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public request in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure we knew that the petitioner was here because I believe he raised his hand already. And I believe we have Ashley Summers here from San Francisco Recreation and Park Department. So if we can elevate her as well. While that happens, why don't I turn it over to someone from, looks like this went through the complaint committee, and maybe you can give us a quick summary of what happened there and why this got referred to the full task force and what we should be looking for.
Yeah, so I think we recommended that we're really just looking about whether there was a violation of timeliness and or incomplete production. And basically, we had a request and then some follow-up requests for information around an iVisit Boxing event. And it seems like documents were produced, like a small amount of documents were produced in the first request, and the petitioner believed that there would be more out there based on their knowledge of what kinds of things need to be documented around these kind of events. And so the question is whether a proper search was kind of done to begin with. And I think the petitioner would say there were more records that they should have found related to my request, while the respondent was saying, oh, well, actually this request, you know, kept changing or things were added to it. But so the real thing to look at is, were there documents that were ultimately provided that should have been provided earlier on based on earlier requests?
Okay, sounds good. Member Sugarman, anything to add to that from the, okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the presentations. We'll start with the petitioner for 5 minutes, and then we'll have 5 minutes for the respondent, and we may have some questions after that. Please wait for our administrator to let you know before you can begin.
Petitioner, you may begin.
Thank you. And just to confirm, I'm aware that January 17th had a more detailed request. However, you know, the respondent's search terms and requests from staff have failed to result in a diligent and timely request. In RPD's January 21st response, they indicated they had satisfied and closed out my request, yet only after I challenged this request did 4 critical calendar invites get sent to me on January 26th. Also, and this is perhaps more concerning, you know, the RPD is going to describe a process of how they did this request, you know, search terms and all that, asking staff, but it was the mayor's office, not RPD, that sent me a critical email thread from October 25 that includes RPD Director Dana Ketchum, and the applicant for the permits was included in this thread as well for iVisit Boxing's events. This is pages 140 through 147 of the information packet. This email thread included much more information than the simple screenshot of meeting participants that RPD had sent me. It includes basically a full schedule of events for the week of the event in question. It includes a schedule of street closings. It had RPD Director Dana Ketchum in this email thread. And again, RPD never provided it. The mayor's office did. The title of the email had iVisit Boxing in it. This was squarely in the strike zone of what RPD was supposed to provide to me, and they never did. I had to get it from a different department. It's right down the middle of the fairway. And, you know, in RPD's second memo that they just sent recently, they said no records meet this part of the request for internal emails or deliberations regarding iVisit Boxing or this event. That's categorically false. You know, if it can't produce an email like this that another department does, that's right down the middle of the fairway, how can we trust the process? And finally, only 7 days ago, RPD provided me with the permit for the January 16th iVisit Boxing press conference in the road admission. This was an oversight. This permit was dated January 14th, 3 days prior to my request even being launched, and I only got it 7 days ago. So again, there have been multiple cases where I have requested documentation. It wasn't provided. I challenged it. I had to go to a different department to get something that should have been provided. And then only 7 days ago, the permit was actually provided. So I don't know how we can trust this is a complete and diligent process, let alone in the timely manner that it was supposed to be provided in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will have 5 minutes now for the respondent. Our administrator will let you know when you can begin.
You may begin.
Hi, good evening, task force. Just to kind of lay out how this all went down. So initially, as I stated at the committee, you know, we had one request on January 16th. It was very specific, which we appreciate. But at that time, we did not have a contractor agreement with iVisit Boxing. The only, you know, and this does happen. I mean, we're imperfect people, right? But we didn't provide the press conference permit at that time. I can only surmise that people who were searching for documents assumed that the requester meant for this future boxing event, not for the press conference announcing the boxing event. So that was just an oversight on our part. The second request came in, was very detailed, again, which we appreciate. And at that time, I did a reasonable search for, I didn't conduct the search. I worked with staff to conduct the search, provided what we had. And now we've provided an additional item, this permit for the press conference. And as far as the comment about the email that was produced from the mayor's office, I don't really have anything that I can say about that. We don't have that record. That's just the simple answer there. But I will say that I work with this team a lot at Rec and Park. I get a lot of public records requests, and they do respond to me very thoroughly and in a very timely manner. And I do believe that everyone has done their absolute best. I've spent time with staff after the committee meeting a couple weeks ago and talked through everything that you all said. And you know, they were like, oh, you know, and so they provided me this additional permit for the press conference, but there really wasn't anything else. So, you know, we believe this process has worked. We found something additional. Again, we're imperfect people. We're doing our best as public servants. I don't know what else to say, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. We appreciate it. Okay, members, we have questions. No questions? Did you want to go straight to rebuttals? It's odd when member Pilpel's not here to lead things off with the question.
I mean, I'm just going to throw, just so the petitioner and respondent aren't confused, I think this seems pretty straightforward that there was a violation and that records were not provided that should have been provided.
I guess I just have, yeah, to that, just real quickly to the petitioner. Are you trying to get additional records from Rec and Park, or is this more of a, we know that they didn't turn them all over because you got them from elsewhere, and this is more of a, you want us to find a violation and then be done with it? Or do you think there's something more we need to continue doing to this matter?
I'm very worried about the event that is in question here. I know that RPD Director Dana Ketchum has mentioned to me, you know, that she's had communication with California State Athletic Commission. Nothing on that was provided. If we've got multiple examples so far where of records that weren't provided and I had to go find elsewhere, I'm concerned that the search is still not complete.
To the respondent, is there anything, if we were to send this for a compliance hearing, that you think you would find between now and a month from now, or is your position that everything you've turned over is what you've turned over?
I think that our search is complete. I would say that, you know, Dana did have a phone call with Chris Gruel. There's no, she didn't take notes on it. There's no calendar invite for that phone call. Sometimes people just pick up the phone. And I'm guessing that that's what happened there. I would also say that if a member of the public is concerned about somebody that the department might contract with, that's something that I know my colleagues would take seriously, and Dana would work with the constituent on these concerns. She's a very accessible member of our staff. So while I believe this process is very important that we're going through right now, I really think that the best way to go about it would be to have a relationship with Dana and talk to her about these things and air those concerns. And then if there was, you know, further concerns about records, continuing to submit public records requests would be fine. But I think this pursuit is not going to result in anything beneficial for the requester.
Okay, thank you. Do you follow up?
I do have a question for the respondent. I'm a little confused about with regards to the email thread that was turned over by the mayor's office, that where Dana Ketchum was on this thread, and you said you weren't able to find it. Do you have an explanation for that? And were you, once given the evidence that it existed, were you able to use that subject line and go back through email accounts connected with your department and say, I see how, you know, why we missed that, because the name of the company was misspelled or somebody put his face in the middle of it. Can you offer any explanation?
That's a good question. I mean, I did ask Dana to do that and she didn't come up with anything. So she was able to locate the meeting that Shauna had already provided, but I guess it was on her calendar or something that, you know, the search term might have been a little bit different. Sometimes we have to think outside of the exact language that the person is using, but yeah, that record was not located. So I'm glad that the person found it through another department, and this happens sometimes, and that's just the way it goes.
Okay. Do we have any further questions? If not, we'll move to rebuttals. Okay, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals then. So each side will get 3 minutes, starting with the respondent, if you have anything.
Ms. Summers, if you have a rebuttal, you may begin.
Hi. The only thing I wanted to mention was, you know, I don't think that there's a violation, only because we didn't willfully withhold the permit for the press conference. I think that when staff read it, they were just thinking forward to this future event that the requester is concerned about, and didn't think to provide the press conference item. So, I mean, I think that this process resulted in an additional item, but I don't think anyone, you know, we did a reasonable search and people didn't think to provide this one, and it was just an accident. Again, that's the only thing I can explain. Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the petitioner, up to 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Yeah, just in response to the point that I could have had a conversation with Dana Ketchum about this. Here's my concern. I have acquaintances in different cities that have also been burned by this guy. And quite frankly, a week after this press conference in January, the British version of the IRS filed a petition to shut down this company. So me having a conversation with the RPD director is not the same as accessing public records to show that this event was not thoroughly vetted. And unfortunately, the documentation does matter here. A conversation does not suffice. And it's just been proven multiple times now that the documentation that was squarely in the strike zone of what should have been provided has not been provided.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Wolf.
This is exactly why we exist, for this particular purpose. So I think we should, you know, at every turn, we should find a way to help the petitioner get these documents. Now, I don't know what search terms RPD is using. I don't know why they need search terms for this. There should be a file with the name of the entity that the petitioner is concerned about somewhere. Who is it? Kyle, is that your name? Oh, Christopher. I'm sorry, Christopher. Are you with Silverback?
No, Kyle's Silverback was the agency that iVisit Boxing hired to help with the permitting process. I'm totally out, nothing.
You're totally separate from that. So, but nonetheless, there should be a file somewhere. How long ago was this event?
So there's a press conference January 16th for an event that would be occurring in July. Although San Francisco Chronicle and many others suggested this was not vetted well, and this event probably can't. This event legally and intrinsically is not going to be able to happen.
Okay, so whatever the particulars are is not really our concern here. The question is you're looking to get these documents, and if the press conference was as recent as just 2-3 months ago, you know, obviously they should exist. So my question to Ms. Summers is, you know, what process did you use to search for these documents, and why would you not have them?
So the permit that was provided after the complaint committee wasn't with iVisit Boxing or I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this right, Ed Pereira. And so I believe that's why it was, you know, again, it wasn't for the event and it wasn't with that group or with Ed. So I think that's why it was missed. The process that I go through when I search for records with people is I provide them whatever email or list comes through Next Request. I send it to people who are higher up in the department because we are a large organization, and I ask them to please disseminate it to staff and copy me on those emails so that I understand who on their team is responsible. So if I need to follow up with a phone call or help them understand how this process works, because not everybody is involved frequently. The person that was involved in this was Dana Ketchum and then Shauna Bogetz, and I actually do work with them frequently on records requests for permits specifically. So they're very familiar with this process. They provided me what they had after reading through what was requested. And then, you know, Chris followed up with additional requests and we provided additional items. In terms of like additional records existing about a future event, I agree. If there was an application for a large event, a large boxing event with thousands and thousands of attendees, there would likely be other records, but I don't even know if they've submitted an application for the actual event. Again, this was just for a press conference. For a press conference that was not, our team wasn't like hosting the press conference. It was the mayor's office. We just had the permit application for the site because it was our property. So it doesn't mean that we would have a bunch of vetting documents about the organization for just a press conference. If we were going to have a boxing event on Rec and Park property, whether it was in Civic Center or Union Square, I know there would be a lot more associated with that, but we don't have a permit in place, an agreement, an MOU with this organization. And so we don't have any other documents because there isn't an event being planned currently that I'm aware of actively.
So this was a venue for a press conference that the mayor's office contacted you to make available.
Correct. And our director, as Chris pointed out, our general manager, interim general manager, Sarah Madland, was there. So Rec and Park was involved, but it was just a press conference.
Okay. And so for the petitioner, pronounce your last name, Cugliari?
Cugliari, well done. Yeah.
Okay. So is that helpful, that explanation for you, and what documents you're trying to get?
Yeah. My concern is that the acting general manager spoke at this press conference and nothing has been provided, an internal email, correspondence, nothing that like informed her, yet she gave a 3-minute speech at the press conference about this event in July. And there's nothing from the general manager, and she spoke there.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you. All right, I need 30 seconds or so to process that for a second. But if anybody else wants to ask questions or speak
we're in deliberation. We already ended question phase.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So my concern is if the general manager spoke for 3 minutes, that's a pretty long time. Considering and is making positive statements about this event. They should have had some information about it of some sort. And so not finding anything, emails, phone call from a log or something, text message, what have you, seems a little odd. So I don't know where to go next. And I don't know what to ask the respondent at this point, except that maybe, the general manager needs to come to us and answer questions, about how they knew about this event, in the detail that Mr. Cugliari is describing. I'll stop there.
Okay. Anyone else, members? If not, we move towards a motion on this one.
Well, I'm inclined to compel the Rec and Park general manager to produce whatever documentation or information they can provide, whether it's verbal or written, as to the detail of this event that may or may not happen, as Mr. Cugliari, the petitioner, notates in July. They could do it in writing to us. They can come before a meeting. It can come, we can send it to back to a compliance committee and have them do it there. And if the compliance committee is satisfied with the response, then, you know, we can deal with that so we don't clog up our main docket.
Okay, anyone else? Any motions on this one?
All right, so I'll give it a crack. So I move, this has already been adjudicated, right?
No, this
Oh, no?
this is our initial hearing. It went through
so-
the initial processing by complaint committee.
Complaint,
Now
got it.
trying to
I
find.
got it.
Yep.
I got it. Okay, so I'll move to find violation of, oh boy, which paragraph here? I guess it would be 6721B. For unresponsive records, and to refer it to committee of the chair's choice for compliance, and to have the general manager of Rec and Park Department to produce whatever records or information regarding this event and the speech that they made at that press conference.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion to find a violation of 6721B for not providing responsive records, to order the general manager to provide responsive records, and to refer to a committee for follow-up. Is that?
Sounds right.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have that, Administrator Young?
One moment. Regarding that last part, regarding the general manager, what are we, the SOT orders the Recreation and Parks general manager to
Provide responsive records. And then order a committee, have it go to a committee for follow-up.
Okay, just to repeat, is there a second?
Is there a second to that motion?
I'm just going to reread the motion before I ask for a second. It's a motion to find a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.21B by failing to provide public records. The SOTF orders the Recreation and Parks General Manager to provide responsive records. The SOTF refers the matter to committee for compliance.
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Member LaHood. Let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment on that.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand. You can press *3 if you're calling in, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. We have no indications of public comment on this matter.
Okay, public comment is closed. Let's go ahead and vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. With absent, Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Hopel, absent. Members San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you to both parties for joining us. And Ms. Summers, if you can sit tight there, we're going to get item 19 queued up now, which you're also, I think, here for. And I believe the petitioner in that matter is in the attendee audience.
Yes. Item 19, file number 26021, complaint filed by Grant Ingram against the San Francisco Recreation and Park Department for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On March 17, 26, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and refer the matter to the full task force with no recommendation. The complaint committee noted that the respondent should find out how the consultation fees related to a request for proposal and how that is justification for not providing the document.
Okay, it looks like we have both parties now as panelists there, so that's good. Complaint committee members, it looks like this went through your committee in March. Do you have anything to share with us or any pointers on what it is we should be looking for?
Yeah, so the complaint is over documents that were withheld, and the reason that was given for withholding was this idea that there was confidential information, I think, related to an RFP, request for proposals. But the petitioner was actually talking about or showed examples of the documents they wanted related to consultation fees that were paid to particular entities. And it was just like a mismatch between the reason that was given for the exemption and what was being asked for.
Okay.
And we actually, I do want to say, we asked for additional materials to be, we asked the respondent to come back and please explain to us, like reconcile how these two things fit together. And I didn't see any new materials in the file.
Okay, good to know. All right. With that backdrop, let's go ahead and hear from both parties. We'll start with the petitioner for 5 minutes, and then we'll move over to the respondent in 5 minutes. Please wait for our administrator before you begin.
Mr. Ingram, you may begin.
Thank you. This is Petitioner Grant Ingram. I want to thank the task force for their work. Please let me know if you can't hear me clearly. I think the task force has seen that my original records request was for reports, communications, and correspondence between Rec and Park and this third-party consulting firm called NGF. And Rec and Park's response to my request was, nope, responsive records exist, but they're being withheld because they constitute preliminary drafts, and they cite to California Government Code 7927.5. And so in the interim, after the original hearing, Rec and Park did produce some responsive documentation on the issue, which I appreciate. But unfortunately, that only confirms that there must be responsive documents that can't possibly be considered drafts. There's a letter dated March 17th, 2025, in which this third-party firm, NGF, sent to Rec and Park explaining the proposed scope of its services that Rec and Park asked for in exchange for $42,000, at which they were paid. So the report was about an assessment of several of the city's municipal golf courses. And they were expected to deliver a draft report to the city within 5 or 6 weeks of completion of its inspection. So that was last year. So, and we know that the Rec and Park paid them the $42,000. So given this timeline and the payment, it's almost a certainty that NGF completed its work and issued a report. And that's a final report. It's not a draft. It's not a departmental memorandum. Our government paid a third-party consulting company $42,000 for a final report. And I asked for that report and other related documents. And so we have now Rec and Park withholding based on California Government Code 7927.5, but that only allows withholding of preliminary drafts, notes, or memos not retained in the ordinary course of business, and only if the public interest in withholding clearly outweighs disclosure. So they haven't explained whether these drafts were not retained in the ordinary course of business, and if so, even why the public interest in withholding clearly outweighed disclosure of this $42,000 report. They provided none of that analysis. It was required. They could have improved in its earlier showing since the last hearing, but as you just heard, they chose not to do that. It gets worse. The basis for non-disclosure, the Government Code 7927.5, it's not even an accurate statement of the applicable law. That's the San Francisco Administrative Code, which provides a higher standard than the California Government Code. And at section 67.24, it holds that no preliminary drafts shall be exempt from disclosure, even if such a document is not normally kept on file and would otherwise be disposed of. Its factual content is not exempt. Only the recommendations of the author, in that case, in certain circumstances, may be withheld as exempt. But that doesn't apply here. Again, we're not talking about draft report. The report's a final product. So the preliminary draft objection doesn't apply. We heard this new basis for withholding, which is that there was some kind of RFP that might be negatively impacted by disclosing the report and other responsive documents, but we haven't heard any further explanation behind that. This rationale that disclosing might not be good for the RFP process can't be a valid basis to overcome the presumption of disclosure. It just can't. If that kind of subjective reasoning was valid, our government could just have unfettered leeway to withhold documents from us. So we know there's a presumption towards disclosure, and that reason certainly doesn't overcome it. There's no valid basis to withhold this report and other responsive documents. They should have been produced long ago, and I request respectfully that the committee find a violation of the administrative code and order responsive records to be produced. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and we'll turn it over to Ms. Summers, 5 minutes as well.
You can at your discretion.
Hi. Good evening. So I did actually spend some time after the complaint committee and go back, and I listened to the complaint committee again. I talked to both Dana, this is also in Dana Ketchum's wheelhouse, Dana and her staff at length, as well as my city attorney at length, to understand all of these things. I don't have any of these codes memorized, maybe one or two. So I do want to understand what's going on and how to be most responsive to the requester. I did provide additional documentation. I believe one of the members said I did not. I did, and it was an oversight. We should have provided the letter that Grant is referring to on the initial request. And that document lays out the $42,000 that he's describing. Some of the documentation that was provided at the complaint committee, I had not, wasn't part of the request. It was documentation he had received from either someone else in the department or another member of the Gulf community that labeled this $471,600, which I discussed with staff, and they told me actually only $42,000 of that was for the NGF piece. So in terms of the comment about this having been done last year, that's true. From what I understand, Rec and Park was going to do an RFP process previously, and that has been pushed back. I'm not involved in all of the conversations there, so I don't necessarily have a reason to provide for that, but that there is an RFP process forthcoming, an RFP that will be released forthcoming soon. And so I also added to this request that we would also be withholding due to the exemption for records pertaining to requests for proposals. So it's partially drafts, partially requests for proposals. I did my best to go back and find as much as I could for Grant. I did provide something additional, and I apologize for not providing that sooner. If you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Summers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, members, do we have any questions for them?
Questions?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, for Ms. Summers, did you provide, first of all, has the RFP been awarded, the contract?
This contract, the $42,000 was that wasn't an RFP process. That was just a contract through the department. The RFP that he's talking about in terms of our Gulf facilities, that has not yet been even advertised.
Okay, so that's still in the confidential
Mhm.
process. Okay, but for the 42,000, that's already that contract had already been awarded. Okay, so did you provide him with that contract?
I provided him with a letter. I think did it have the contract in it as well? I can't remember off the top of my head. I provided him with a letter from NGF describing the scope of services for the $42,000.
But you didn't provide him with the actual contract.
Grant, did I provide you with the actual contract?
No, you have it correct, Ashley, that it was a scope of services, NGF saying, hey, here's what we're going to do for you, Rec and Park. So I think that's probably the full extent of the contract, although I'm not sure. There was something more formal than that, but they would be issuing a report in exchange for the money.
Yeah, NGF is a subcontractor of ARG, if you're familiar with Architectural Resources Group, and I believe we have a contract with ARG, and we can kind of as needed work with their subcontractors because of this larger umbrella contract. But I'm not a contract expert, so.
Okay, and Mr. Ingram, what other records are you now seeking that you did not get?
Well, the key one that I know exists is an end report that actually the product of NGF's work, the product itself. I can tell you, for example, in 2007, the city had contracted with NGF and had gotten this like 100-page report with all this analysis, and here's what we think. And so that's what the product is. So there's got to be something like that.
Let me stop you there for a second. Ms. Summers, do you know if that report was entered into the record, received by the commission?
No, no. I don't know what stage that I don't know what stage that report is in, and I believe that report is going to help with the RFP process, which is partly why they don't want to provide it.
Okay. And Mr. Ingram, are you aware that the report exists?
Only based on what they've basically implied very strongly. In fact, just now, Ashley is saying, yeah, that report exists. We know the work gets done in a matter of a month or two at the most. They go out to the golf courses, they look around, they write up a report, and then it's been paid for. So their basis for non-disclosure is not that the report doesn't exist, it's that it's something else.
Okay, my only concern about this is that most of the RFP process is generally held in confidence until the award has been made. And when the award for the contract has been made, then everything, the names of the scorers, the graders, the evaluators, along with their ratings, the comments, the score sheets, the comments, any related documents, which could be this report. That's when all of it becomes public after the RFP process is over and the contract is awarded. So I'm not sure. I think we'd have to find out, at what stage this is at, and if that report is integral to the RFP process or not. So that, again, Ms. Summers, that would have to be a question to you.
Dana, she said, I don't know if she's committing to this. She said, would it help if we committed to releasing it by June 1st? So I do know, and this was when I spoke to her about this case. So I do know that it's going to be released, and I think she wants to give everyone the confidence that it's going to be available, but that it's just not ready at this time.
Okay. All right. I'll stop there. If anybody else has any questions or information or comments, when we get to deliberations, I think we'll have a little more.
Yeah, I have a kind of to follow up where you were going, Member Wolf. I guess I'm confused what the exemption in this is supposed to be, because initially, I'm looking at the attachment on page 11. talks about responsive records being withheld because of being a preliminary draft. And now it sounds like the exemption discussion is more around these could be part of the development of an RFP. And so I guess my question is, which one is it? Is it being withheld because it was preliminary draft? And if it's that, I absolutely agree with Mr. Ingram that the Sunshine Ordinance largely prohibits that exemption from being used. Or is it B, that it's mainly being withheld because it's part of a RFP process that's still under development and that? I guess that's where I'm still confused here. So maybe Ms. Summers, you can clarify that.
I would say that the primary reason is because of the request for proposals. After the complaint committee, I spent some time listening to the conversation again and discussing it with my city attorney and staff, and that is what I was advised, that that's the reason that we're withholding.
Okay, that's all I had. Anyone else? No? All right, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals then. Up to 3 minutes for each side.
Ms. Summers, you have 3 minutes. You may begin.
And I don't have anything else. I'll yield my time.
Okay.
Mr. Ingram, you may have rebuttals. You may begin.
Thank you. So we've heard now that there's this RFP process that's in process. We've heard today that we're thinking about an RFP last year. There's nothing on plan. We see a report deliverables that NGF proposed to do with no reference in it that they were providing it to Rec and Park for purposes of being a larger part in RFP. We know that the city budgets are going to be approved in around June. So I respectfully suggest to this committee, you're being bamboozled here. There is no RFP. There's nothing, there's thoughts of an RFP, but there's no RFP. You're just being told that right now. I'm sorry to sound irritated, but it's just a story. What we do know is that withholding this document prevents the public from knowing what a third-party consultant thinks about how the city manages its golf courses. And that has an impact on what we should do with this upcoming budget. And I think the public should be able to at least look at that and voice their opinions to the city about that issue. So when I hear about this offer that it's going to be produced in June, think about that. Is that just a new reason? It sounds to me like there's no RFP, or we would expect to see the RFP out in June. I guess we'll just have to take their word for it that there's going to be an RFP issued on June 1st at the exact moment that they produce the report to the public. So sorry for the sounding exasperated with this, but thanks for listening to my petition. I appreciate everyone there.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. I think and Ms. Summers didn't go, so I think it's before us now, members. How do we want to move forward on this one?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so I'm a little disturbed by this because, first of all, the question is there an RFP process that is coming forward? If there isn't one right now, and this report from this contractor is now available, and it's not a work product, and it's in its final form, then it should be produced. That's my sensibility about it. Now, reading through 6724, that specifically talks about the RFP process. But if there is no RFP in place right now, and this report is in its final stage to be produced, then I'm repeating myself. I think then it's public and it should be produced. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'll follow up on. I'm sorry. Do you want to go, Member?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'm pretty much in agreement with you, Member Wolf. I think I'm seeing a violation of 6727, which is a justification of withholding in the, the materials that were provided as part of the packet. They cited something about being a preliminary draft. Obviously, that sounds like that was incorrect. It may or may not be RFP related. I'm inclined to believe it's not. But I don't think that we have any sound reason at this point before us, based in law, to exempt this document. So I would be inclined, unless they come up with a solid exemption, the ones I've seen so far don't seem to apply.
I was going to say similar words. I don't need to repeat what you said.
I concur.
And I'll just note, doing just a simple word search of our record, our file, RFP does not show up anywhere.
I don't want to monopolize the process, but I'll make a motion, since it seems we're all kind of there, just to keep this moving. I'll move to find a violation of 6727 for an improper justification of withholding to the original records request, to order the disclosure of the responsive document, or if not, to cite a legal exemption and to forward it to a committee for compliance.
Second.
Would you mind repeating that second portion after the, let me go ahead and state it. Violation of 67.27 for improper justification for withholding. The SOTF orders the Recreation and Parks Department. That's
right.
To disclose the documents requested.
To disclose the documents requested.
Or to cite a legal exemption.
Cite legal exemptions.
And then send to a committee for follow-up. And then the committee can then look into either, A, was the document sent over, or did they come up with a realistic exemption this time? And that was moved by me, seconded by Member Wolf.
Yes, are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on this matter? If you're on the phone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. No indication for public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment and take a vote on that.
Yes, on that motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Schmidt, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Pilko, absent. Member Sangarardi.
Aye.
Sangarardi, aye. Member Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you to the parties for joining us this evening. And that now completes our complaint portion of the agenda. So we can jump back to item number 6 at this point.
Item number 6, Chairs and Committees Report. Opportunity for the task force chairs and committee chairs to update the entire Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on their recent activities.
Okay, just for the record, 8:43, Member Sugarman is going to be absent. Okay, so I have just 2 quick little updates. We'll start with, I have not received anything yet from the city attorney's office regarding SB 707, which, as we know, is kind of like the major revision of the Brown Act. I believe they're issuing citywide guidance on that. I don't know if our DCA has any update on that. I heard March it was going to come out, and obviously we're at April 1, but maybe it got delayed. Sorry.
DCA, I don't have an update on that at this time.
Okay, so as soon as we get that, I think we should get that scheduled, because that's something to take a look at, but I haven't heard that yet. So there's that. So then I attached 2 things here to the agenda. The first one is Board of Supervisors file number 260236. So this kind of gets into the, issue we came with up before about, how the process goes through and referrals to ethics and so forth. And so this one's a settlement of a lawsuit, Ladies and Gentlemen Incorporated. This is the Invader Ron Cicero matter. I'm assuming that's his business name, Ladies and Gentlemen. But if anyone remembers, this is the one that went through us. We went through, I think, 7 hearings on this, sent it over to ethics, who sat on it for over half a year and then dismissed it again without it going to the ethics commissioners themselves. Mr. Cicero filed a lawsuit to compel the disclosure of documents. You can see his report to us, thanking us for our work, and that thousands of documents were released and so forth and so on. Since when was that? That was November. So here we are now in April of 2026, and it's going to cost the city and county of San Francisco over $40,000 to settle this lawsuit.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think this is an important point when we talk about we talk about enforcement and everything, is what we have now is we've held 7 hearings on this matter, sent it over, and if our order, which eventually the city fully complied with, had been complied with at the beginning, Mr. Cicero would have had his documents in what, 2023, 24, maybe at the latest, right? This has been over and done with. But no, that didn't happen. San Francisco Police Department didn't want to comply. So we sent it over to ethics. Ethics sat on for months and months and months and decided they're not going to get involved and do anything. All right. So then Mr. Cicero, as he's certainly entitled to do, filed a lawsuit. And only at that point did the police department give the records up that we ordered months, if not years, for them to do beforehand. And now it costs the city $40,000 to do all that.
Not including attorney.
And that's not including the cost to the city. This is just Mr. Cicero's attorney's bills the city has to pay. Obviously, there's attorney bills on the city side because this was ongoing litigation. And this is just a settlement. This didn't actually, work its way through the entire legal process. If it had actually gone to trial, this would probably have been, 6 figures, not 5 figures. I think it's interesting if you look at, let's just say that, we weren't here and just even like 10% of the cases that go before us instead had to be litigated, right? Just 10% of the complaints that we hear. You could just imagine the amount of legal bills that the city might have been paying out. So I think it says a couple things. I think it says, number one, not to pat all of ourselves on the back, but we were right. I mean, what we initially ordered is exactly what happened in this case. And the police department, including the police chief, who we personally tried to get involved in this, failed to take it seriously. The ethics commission failed to take it seriously. And in fact, comes back and writes a report saying that Samsung ordinance violations are minor and unintentional and divert attention away from ethics commission staff. And this is literally in a written report that they wrote. And so I struggle to see how this process is helpful for the city or for the petitioner, right? And I think this kind of shows a start to finish on how that works. So I think it's something to look at, some talking points we can use about why the process needs reform.
Will look good in our report for next year.
Actually in it this year.
This year.
Well, for 2026. And I think the other thing, the concern I have, I think, is from a standpoint. Mr. Cicero works for, obviously, he has Ladies and Gentlemen Incorporated. We know he's a documentary filmmaker. I'm not sure he's not Warner Brothers or Paramount or something, but I'm sure he has access to some legal, resources. My concern is how many orders that we issue where the city doesn't follow through on, where the petitioner does not have the resources to go find an attorney who's willing to risk thousands of dollars worth of their time on only the chance they get paid back. So that's my concern. I think it's interesting.
Mr. Chair?
I have a member Lou Hood and then you, member Wolf.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
One thing I would note with this that, and not that we hadn't seen it in other cases, but because this one kept coming back, it seemed like every time we were making headway with a representative from the police department, they would get reassigned. And this—
Hold that thought real fast.
Yes.
Guess who got reassigned just a couple of weeks ago? The latest representative from the police department. So here we go.
Are they on a 6-month rotation or maybe a 9-month rotation at best? It seems like they intentionally move those people around so that when progress is being made on public records issues, they reassign and then the petitioners are starting again from scratch. And I think people get frustrated and give up unless, they're following something like this where they're like Mr. Cicero, not going to give up.
Member Wolf and Member Kumar.
So I was going to say that, you know, I think the settlement was for attorney fees, because lots of times writs are done on contingency, and if the lawyer would know exactly if they could win or not, they would, you know, agree to take it on. So it seems like the amount that was settled for seems like it might have been for, because he won the writ in court, that it was for attorney's fees. Nonetheless,
Member Wolf, I actually looked this one up in the court. It was filed as a lawsuit, but it never actually, there was no court order. So I think the city settled before it actually got heard.
got it. Okay. Well, then they knew they would lose.
Exactly. Yeah.
Obviously. So, you know, but, you know, these are, you know, this also in our history, our city attorney has fought tooth and nail not to have cases like this become case law, you know, because then it would be the law of the land kind of thing. So, you know, I think we should take some stock in that also, you know, that, and that's the purpose of a settlement out of court, to get folks to drop their cases and what have you. Nonetheless, I agree with your sentiments. I won't repeat them, but I totally agree. And I think that's what the import of us getting as much enforcement power as we can is important. Thank you.
Member Kumar.
I think with the case of certain departments like the police department where these kind of rotations keep happening, maybe I think, especially for this particular case, because it's come back to us 7 times, maybe for the future we can, when we pass a motion, we basically, can we order the department to like get the documents to the person within X number of days, and with the case, I mean, the manager shouldn't be changed. Like, can we say that? Like, it's, I know
we said a lot of that. I think this case may have actually started before you joined the task force. And we said a lot of those things. We said, you know, we found that the frequent turnover of police department staffs assigned to this case was unnecessarily delaying it, because every time a new person came on, the new person would say, I'm so committed to it. And I have no doubt that they really were committed, that the new person was committed to it. But they would say, I have no idea what the previous person was doing. I have to start over and look at it fresh. And we would go through this cycle over.
But I'm concerned, do they not have a handover process? That's what we do, right?
Exactly. And so that's why we tried to hold the police chief accountable for saying you need to come up with a process to ensure continuity if you're going to do frequent turnovers of staff. You can't use that as an excuse for violating, you know, the Sunshine Ordinance or California Public Records Act. And then we were making headway with the last person, and lo and behold, they switched that person. I think they switched, what, if 3 or 4 just in this case, And that's where we finally sent it to ethics and we said, look, we can't do this anymore. The police chief won't, you know, show up. We asked them not to do this. Every time we try to, you know, make headway on this, we get a new person who says, you know, I don't know anything that's going on. And then the ethics commission sat on it for 8 months and then wrote a memo saying that Sunshine Ordinance's, you know, stuff isn't important and disclosed it. So
my concern here, Chair Yankee, is that if, you know, a journalist or anybody's tracking this kind of case, they'll lose faith in the committee and the work we do, because it can't happen that the case, we should have a limit on how many times the case should come back to us. Like, you know, departments shouldn't feel that, oh, you know, we can just keep playing the system. And we make sure that every time we flout the system, go back to the Sunshine Task Force, they hold us accountable. Lo and behold, like, we'll do it again. It's not that they can do anything. It's like, I'm getting that kind of an impression. Is it possible to maybe after the second or third time say this case cannot come back to us? Like, this is the be all end all and you have to do it. And you have to do it within this. Can we like put a cap on how many times the case can come back to us?
I think you're asking 2 different questions. I mean, we said, I think after the first or second hearing, we are ordering you to turn these documents over. And then we would have the compliance hearing. These were mainly compliance hearings. These weren't like we ordered it way early in the process, saying you have to turn these documents over. And they would come and say, you know, we're trying to find them. They're in a warehouse somewhere in the Bayview. We're searching. We're in the 90s. We'll get to the 1970s. It was the zebra murders, which is in the 70s. No, we're trying to find them, right? And then, lo and behold, they would find the box, and we'd go to have a compliance hearing, and a new person would come in and say, "Oops, now there's active investigation," or "Oops, there's a new reason why we can't turn it over. We've lost the files," right? It was a constantly evolving story, and it wasn't that we were saying take another year. We said we ordered it from the get-go. But it was a constant cycle of reasons why the documents just never made it to be turned over. It was, "Oh, we found them," and then they wouldn't get turned over. And so that's why we sent it to ethics, saying that, it's the process that the police department wasn't following throughout. They weren't following our order. They were, I don't want to say intentionally, but it was hard to find another way to say it, finding ways to not comply with this.
So they did have a process.
Yeah.
But it wasn't to comply.
It wasn't to comply. They had a very, very good process that let them stretch it out for several years until, surprisingly, Mr. Cicero filed a lawsuit. And within half the time that, this case was before us, they somehow produced thousands of documents. And then paid Mr. Cicero legal bills. I mean, I don't think he himself, Mr. Cicero, I don't think he's making $40,000, but his legal bills are over, for over $40,000. That's a total waste of city money. And, had, like you said, Member Kumar, they just taken our order seriously from the get-go, we would have saved our time, ethics commission time, police department time, the DCA's time, and $40,000 of taxpayer money. But here we are.
I just want to say this again kind of makes me think about, what is the best strategy for handling the compliance process? And was it better that we kept trying to work with them in the hope, they would give us like a little, crumb of something, and we think maybe we can get the whole thing from this crumb, like it's about to happen or whatever, or would have been better at some point to just say, okay, they're not in compliance. They have not complied with our orders. Would either one of those been, what would have been more helpful to Mr. Cicero? Would have been more helpful if we just earlier on said, okay, there is no compliance here. They're deliberately not following our orders. Or, should we have gone on for so long with all that? So
that's a good question. I mean, it's interesting because I looked at his email here and then I actually pulled up the court case and I authored it. It was 8 to 10 pages long. The actual legal filing draws heavily on the documentation that we wrote to the Ethics Commission. And so he at least had something to go with and was able to use a lot of the work we did in the actual legal filing that he did. It really did a lot.
In other words, like an exhaustive good faith attempt to get these.
Exactly.
I think it mattered.
Yeah, I think it mattered. I think it did matter. So I think I don't think from our perspective, I would change anything. I think, for as frustrating as it was to go through that long, I think it gave a very exhaustive, history that shows that, he did everything he could. The city came up with an evolving, it just looked ridiculous, and I think that was the good part that came out of it. I think the bad part that comes out of it is that, the city would have gotten away with it if he hadn't sued. Right. And the thing is that, I don't think suing the city and the city paying legal bills is in the best interest of city taxpayers to waste $40,000 on this, and who knows what other ones might be wasted. Plus, my secondary concern is, what do we do for the people who don't have the resources to go find a lawyer and sue? I mean, just because you're a movie production company and have a legal staff or access to lawyers or whatever doesn't make it different from a person who doesn't have a lawyer. And the process where the city can just ignore our order and dare someone to sue them, it didn't work out in this case, but it makes me think in a lot of other cases it did work out.
That's my concern as well,
Yeah.
because this is why independent commissions around freedom of information requests exist, is because most people don't have the deep pockets.
Exactly.
And they're looking for a way to, have a process to make sure that people get their documents. I just don't know, it's a very tricky situation that we're in, because we're supposed to have certain powers. They're not always respected. A lawsuit is more respected, right? Because there's definite consequences. But I just keep wondering, what more can we do to have our orders, complied with?
Yeah, I exactly. I'm in the same place. And I think what this shows is that there's an actual monetary, penalty, perhaps, that might come out of not following orders. I think there's oftentimes this thought that we as a group, or even the Sunshine Ordinance in general, cost the city money, right? That we're wasting time, having people come in city departments, come in for long meetings, and that there's just a big waste of money. Now, number one, most of what the Sunshine Ordinance does itself is already covered in the California Public Records Act. I think it's something someone looked at one time, 75 to 80%. And even Mr. Cicero's lawsuit was largely based on the California Public Records Act. So even if tomorrow the city got rid of the Sunshine Ordinance, I think Mr. Cicero still would have won this lawsuit, right? So then you look at our process, and I think, yeah, we do take some time, but it's if we weren't here to do this work, the cost of litigating this in court would be so much greater. And I think to drive that home, that we could even be that much more effective if we were given proper enforcement tools. We're not looking to go out and grandstand and do all those things. We're really trying to solve problems. And when we can't solve the problems, it costs the city a lot of money. And we're looking at, the city in a multi-million-dollar budget deficit coming up and spending $40,000 on something that would end up exactly what we asked them to do 2-3 years prior. It's just not a good use of city money. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it.
I mean, I have a suspicion that there are folks who probably assume that it is cheaper in the long term to allow a case like this to be lost every once in a while and to have to pay the $40,000 than it would be to be forthright from the get-go with all of the requests. And I know that that's a very cynical view, but that's, I mean, as you said, exactly why we exist.
Yeah.
I do have my own questions, concerns about from whence power derives and what enforcement should exist for the task force beyond what we currently have. So I think as far as action items go, I think you should absolutely send this information to the Ethics Commission. I think really knowing that that is part of the enforcement mechanism process for us is referring these things to them, and they failed in their job to do this. I think it's really important to send this and be this is going to start happening. And in fact, we're willing to threaten to send more things to you, knowing that if you continue to ignore them, this is going to put the city in the defense of losing legal cases, because they're going to start using our letter of determination that we refer to you for as evidence that the city is wronged.
I think that's an interesting point. In fact, in this particular instance, what happened when we finally got a response back from ethics staff that said that they were dismissing this, we took a vote here, I believe, and authorized me to write a letter directly to the ethics commissioners saying that we were disappointed in the way they handled this, right? And not one of them ever responded back to me, but I did hear back from city staff who was upset at me and us as a task force for going above their heads, so to speak, to the commissioners to complain about them closing our case. So to your point, this might be another good reason to follow up on that and tell the commissioners, look, we're not just trying to make noise. There are actual monetary consequences when you didn't uphold your end of the bargain in enforcing these things.
I mean, we could also just point directly to the Sunshine Ordinance about what our options are when we've made a determination.
Yeah, and you were here for it. So what they say is that that's not also in the charter, and so they can just they can ignore it. That's
and they can, and they will have cost the city tens of thousands of dollars as a result of that.
And I think it's interesting to your first point there too, is that even with the strong mechanism set up, this one skipped by and is $40,000, right? But other cities and counties that don't have what we have, it's not 5 digits, it's 6 digits. Just in 2023, I think City San Jose settled just for 2 complaints, $500,000, right? So 40,000 is minor. I mean, this could easily be much, much more than $40,000 that cost the city. And if they even tried to litigate this rather than just settle. So I think it's important as we try to talk about the work we do and all that. I think this dispels a lot of the innuendo that goes around that we just waste time and cost the city money. I think it's very much the opposite of that. So,
we said,
yeah, I really do think on a whole we do. Which gets into my second bullet point, which is the Supreme Court opinion in the city of Gilroy versus the Superior Court of Santa Clara County. So the Supreme Court issued a ruling just couple months ago here, and it does two main things. The first thing it does, which is a moderate, I think, concern to us, is that if an agency withholds documents, the court held as exempt from release, the court held that they are not required to then retain those documents that they withheld for some specific amount of time that's outside their normal record retention schedule. So let's say you asked for 10 documents, they gave 9 and said this last one I can't give you for whatever reason. There's no reason for them to hold it while someone litigates it. So theoretically, if litigation goes a long time, and even if this document's eventually just said, okay, you have to disclose it, if it goes long enough, that document could be destroyed by the agency. Is kind of, I think, how that is working. That's point one. I think that's the concerning point. But the second point is it also allows people to sue now for declaratory relief, which is a big expansion of litigation under the California Public Records Act. So by and large, the types of litigation we've seen so far that occurred not just in San Francisco, but actually more so in other cities and counties, is when they're searching for documents. Those documents don't get turned over, so they take the agency to court to get those documents. This is now expanding that, where you can now sue an agency, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, the DCAs, if you have concerns about the process. So let's even say that the agency says, you know what, we don't have any documents to turn over in this case. You could still file a lawsuit, let's say, if you're concerned about it taking too long for them to get your response, or the way that they're searching for records and so forth and so on. And so you can get a court order to order the agency to follow the CPRA the right way, which is beyond just saying disclose these documents. And so I think that's kind of may influence some of the stuff that we do as well, where so far we've just seen people go to court like Mr. Cicero here when they want a specific document. But litigation could potentially increase if the agencies are routinely late or routinely withhold information that they shouldn't, or something along those lines. Maybe you could, do you see when? Am I missing something, or is that?
No,
kind of
you're
what
not
it looks
missing
like?
anything. I think that was a good gist. In the email that you sent me, I agree with how you summarized it. I do want to discuss this a little bit further with the rest of the group to make sure that we're in agreement about how we interpret this case. But yeah, in the case it said at a minimum, declaratory relief is appropriate in situations in which an agency is reasonably likely to repeat past conduct that allegedly violates the CIPRA or CPRA in response to future record requests. And under the circumstances of this specific case, declaratory relief was appropriate to help guide the parties in future conduct and inform them what their rights and responsibilities are under the law.
Okay. So,
So like, I wouldn't say it's like a whole huge expansion, but I do think that at a
Right.
minimum, you're allowed to.
right, it certainly expands the types of judgments you can ask a court to make in regards to CPRA.
So that in the case of Mr. Cicero's case, if he filed declaratory relief saying that the police department just routinely didn't come up with his records and they were ignoring procedures.
Right.
Then you could have another cause of action.
Potentially, there would be even a court order that would say that the police department has to do certain other, operational changes to ensure future compliance with the CPRA, more than just turn these records over and make them go away. Which I think makes our job that much more important, because obviously if we help departments in responding appropriately to public records requests, that's less litigation that they're exposed to. So again, another way that we can save the city money. I think that's important. I didn't mean to take that much time up on this one, but any other committees want to report on this? Chair Schmidt's not here, anything out of CAC?
I feel like the next item is ours.
Yep. Anything out of EOT?
Nothing.
Okay.
No.
All right. Is there anyone here for public comment? No one in person. We have one person online. I don't know if they have any comments for this item.
Mr. Chair, in that same attachment, there is a City of Gilroy versus Superior Court of Santa Clara.
Yeah, that was one I
What's
just
that
spoke of.
Oh, it's once. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Onward.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application. There's no indication for public comment on this matter.
Okay, we can close public comment. That was just a discussion item, and we can move over to item number 7.
Yes, item number 7, administrators report.
Clerk Young, may I?
Yes.
Item 1 of the administrator's report is the upcoming tentative hearing schedule. Are there any comments or changes?
Doesn't sound like it. It may or may not be all of us, depending on how things go, but we'll see.
Hearing none. Going to item 2, there is a website update. So in January of last year, the City and County of San Francisco unveiled its new website, SF.gov, and task force's position in the queue has come up. We now have ready to go a new website. It is the same content as the information that exists now, but the focus of the new website is on the user. And it's a user-friendly platform design that we are following. It is a structure developed by the city. And of course, things don't fit. It's not always one size fits all, but we are doing our best to make it easier for users to find the content that they're looking for. So for example, the questions that would typically come to the task force would be, I have this issue. Do I have a complaint? We're trying to compile for them some examples of what may constitute a complaint, where to find the resources if they want to delve deeper into the law, but also in the same page, it's going to be information about upcoming meetings and how to submit a complaint and how to look up past complaints. It will be a soft launch of the website, probably within the next week. It will be available through a link that we will provide to each of you. And that soft launch will be running for 2 weeks so that we can test and make sure everything is running smoothly. I'll be asking for comments from you on whether or not we are missing something, but please understand that the structure of the web pages has been given to us to follow. And with that, if anyone has any questions about what the new website will contain, I'd be happy to consider this.
I'm not seeing any questions, Pat. So I think.
Well,
I'm sorry.
All I say is that I and a previous former task force member had been focusing on this, I don't know, some 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm glad to hear that it's coming to fruition. And being a web developer, happy to take on any questions or help us craft to make it look the way we think it might be helpful to look, and take it from there. Thanks.
I appreciate that because my role is definitely on the UX end. Moving to item 3. This table is a list of the 19 matters that have come in since the last task force meeting. The information provided in the status is going to be reflected in item 4, which contains a new column that breaks out what items are pending and what items are ready to be heard by the next committee, typically the complaint committee. And I think there was one matter that was not accepted for jurisdiction, but everything else at this point is going forward. Are there any questions about section 3?
Just thank you, Pat, for splitting that up. That looks a lot better and helps me get a better understanding of where things are in the process.
Thank you. So item 4 has a new column. It's the second column from the left, and it lists items that are pending. Those are matters typically where we're waiting for responses to our request for supporting documents. It's not just we need more paperwork. We are having conversations with the parties about what they're providing, what we are looking for, so that the case is as good as we can get it before we bring it to you. There is new information on the column that is next, second from the right, for pending follow-up. There are 4 matters from last year that are under review for merit, and I will be reporting out on those at the next report. Is there any other tweaking that you would like to see in this table? Section 4.
I don't see anything, Pat, so I think we're good.
Excellent, thank you. And the last paragraph is just the summary of what you already know, because you've been through it all night. 7 orders of determination were heard this evening. 5 matters were heard on consent. 6 complaints were heard at the full hearing. Item 5 is the attendance record, including last month's activity. If you see any errors, please let me know. And hearing none. For item 6, may I get clarification? I listed no communications, but in this evening's conversation, can I confirm that there was an expectation that I include a letter from Mr. Chafee that was sent to the Ethics Commission in this public communication?
Well, it sounded like he sent it to us. I mean, how did we end up with that?
The copy that I forwarded to each of you, and the task force members were BCC'd to avoid daisy chain communications, contained a scan of a letter that was mailed to the Board of Supervisors and provided to me as a courtesy copy. And I believe what I said when I emailed it to you all was, we received a courtesy copy of this letter. And I checked, we were not CC'd. So I just wanted to confirm, I will add the letter to the communications. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
It's, I mean, not having seen the original letter, because I think we just saw the letter that Mr. Chafee sent to the Ethics Commission, not any letter that you may have received directly from Mr. Chafee. Maybe there wasn't one. He made it sound like there was.
I don't think there.
I'm looking at the email. There's no attachment.
I sent it a second time.
Got it. I will look again.
And it said, this time with the attachment.
Yeah, I had assumed, Administrator Peterson, that he sent you an email or something, a letter or somehow something that said, please share this complaint with the task force members that I sent to the Ethics Commission or something, because that's what he seemed to indicate to us here. That was my impression.
I will check again. I just want to make sure I didn't mishear tonight.
But if that's not what happened, thank you for doing what you did. I mean, you can only do it what you know what to do. I mean, I do appreciate that you emailed it to all of us, and most people, when they want it as a public communication, say so. But if you didn't say that, then oh well.
I will check, and as Ms. Summers said, we're only human.
We're only human. Yep. And the good thing is we've seen it, and if we can just put in next administrator's report, then at least it's out there and everyone can view it, and members of the public and all that.
All right, that concludes item 7.
Great. Okay, let's open that up to public comment.
If you'd like to make public comment, you can press *3 to raise your hand. We have only one person online with us. No indications for public comment.
Okay, public comment is closed, and we can move on to item number 20.
Sorry, I'm still focused on that other thing. I don't see the attachment. Maybe somebody could forward it to me.
I'll forward it to you. Okay.
Item number 20. Hearing on the Sunshine Ordinance amendments, discussion and potential actions regarding proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, Member LaHood, did you want to present on this one?
So, okay, so here's what I did. I tried to get out some sandpaper and sand down that list, and I removed anything that seemed still like open-ended questions, except for things that really are still open-ended questions. For example, SB 707, if I've got that correct. Also, I sort of took a stab at what we should say regarding the city attorney because I hadn't seen that response that Administrator Peterson helpfully did attach here. I guess some of you know I had a crazy thing happen, and my life has been upside down, and I'm anyways, part of my apartment collapsed. So I don't know if, given what I wrote in here, it's not totally incongruous based on what they wrote, although the city attorney's office essentially saying, oh, no, of course we're following, what the ordinance requires, even though we don't want to do these things, which I think, of course, they're going to comply with what the ordinance requires, but I think we're suggesting that maybe the ordinance needs to be modified if there are certain things they don't want to do. But I guess my question to all of you is, how do we modify that aspect of this? And is this still too long? As I said, I tried to condense it and remove anything that just seemed like open-ended questions. Does this work?
Want me to go first? I want to always go first, but okay. Yeah, I think in large part they're not following fully what the ordinance says, and not that I'm saying they're doing something wrong, because they're saying that under the charter they have to their primary duty is to defend the city against litigation. They can't therefore also issue orders against themselves, essentially, right? And that makes sense, right? And so I think it's worth having those. It seemed like they would be cooperative with whatever's decided. I didn't read their letter to take a strong position one way or another. Basically said that we're here to help if that's what people want us to do. But we know that under was it 67? Is it 21B something or other? D, yeah, D. That they've already found a conflict between the Sunshine Ordinance and the charter, and so I think it's worth having that further discussion and say, this doesn't seem to be the best place.
Yeah.
To supervise.
In fact, maybe as we're going around and seeking support for this, maybe just bringing, their letter along with our list of changes.
Yep.
Or let's let, they are here's their
Yep.
position. You can see why this complicates our work and maybe makes things confusing for members of the public who think they can go to the city attorney's office to get certain relief that they're not really going to get.
Yep.
How do we clarify this for everyone?
Yep, exactly. Other than that looked really good. I mean, I think it's we're at that stage we need to try to use it now.
Time to shop it around.
Yep. So anyone else have anything for this item?
Oh, I did want to note something. In the training we did, and now I'm trying to remember if it was the Sunshine training or I think it was the Sunshine training. In the training, it says public comment up to 3 minutes unless you have a specific reason. So you can't just arbitrarily, and you have to cite the reason. You can't arbitrarily decide we're just going to do 2 minutes for everyone.
Yep.
I thought that was very interesting.
Yep. Good catch, yeah.
That too, yesterday.
Okay, I don't think there's really any action on this one we have to take. We can I think everyone can use that document if they want to, and we already talked about, I think, how we're going to try to get support at our last meeting, and so we'll see where it takes us.
Yep.
Okay, is there anyone for public comment?
We still have one person. If you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand, *3. No indications of public comment.
Okay, moving on No action, no public comment on that. Moving on to item 21.
Item 21, Commission Streamlining Task Force update. Review recommendations from the Commission Streamlining Task Force and its staff, which may affect the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and potentially take action to communicate suggestions or concerns from the SOTF to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so like I said, I'm just going to keep this item on until this whole process plays out. I don't think there's really much to report here. The Board of Supervisors kind of worked on an expedited schedule, conducted the hearing they had to legally conduct under Prop E for the recommendations that came out of the Commission Streamlining Task Force. I don't believe there's any, as of yet, any charter amendment. There was a recommended charter amendment, but obviously a member of the board, if they want it to appear in November, has to push that forward. I don't believe at this time that has been introduced. I believe the ordinance goes into effect within 90 days unless the board, I think it's at least 8 members, essentially vetoes it. So that's kind of where that stands. Any of the changes that affect the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force were in the charter amendment portion, not the ordinance portion. So that's where we're at. Anything on that one? I think maybe Vice Chair Stein, I think you testified at that hearing. I saw you on the public comment list. So did you have anything more to share? Maybe you heard firsthand?
Not really. I mean, the chair of the Board of Supervisors seemed pretty down on passing in endorsing the charter amendment as it's currently written. And I think the ordinance as well. And there were about 60 people who showed up to give comment, and most of it was critical of the work that had been done.
And I think I saw a public communication from SBJ also was in there. I don't know if you're aware of that. I think they wrote something to oppose it as written. Yeah, so that was in there too, if you look in the communications for it. If something happens, I'll continue to put this on the agenda, but doesn't sound like right now there might be much movement on this thing. So see where it takes us over the next few months. Any public comment on that? We still have
Our public comment, or if you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand, *3. No indications of public comment.
Okay, no action taken, no public comment. We can move on to item 22.
Item 22, announcements, comments, and questions and future agenda items by members of the task force.
Anyone?
Chair Yankee, if I may.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for your filings and listening to me harass you. A reminder along the way, the filings that are at the Ethics Commission, which is your Form 700, your Certificate of Ethics Training, and your Sunshine Ordinance Training Declaration, are mandatory, and they must be completed by April 1. For the Form 700, if for any reason you have changes to make, please just get the filing in. You can make amendments after the fact without consequence and without any late filing fee. So just keep that in mind if you're ever running late on the Form 700. For the trainings that are required through HR, whistleblower, the cybersecurity, those cases or those trainings don't affect your ability to participate in a task force meeting, but please do get them done. There are some spring deadlines coming up. Let me know if you have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on that announcement?
I just want to note that applications for this committee should be provided as soon as can. Most of the terms are expiring at the end of April. I did get the SPJ nomination memo, but I asked for a version that's dated and signed because it wasn't signed. I'm the Rules Committee clerk too.
There's one from League of Women Voters too. Did they submit one? Okay, good. All right.
Yeah. I got one memo, but I can double check. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a big priority, but
Do we have a sense that they're going to actually hear this in April this time? Or is it going to be like?
I can't tell, but it doesn't look likely with election stuff coming up.
Oh, that's right.
Lining stuff.
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
up, It's gonna clog the
Okay.
calendar.
So it might be this group here for a while longer.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And if I don't have applications, I can't schedule
Yeah.
them. Anybody like to make public comment on this matter? You can raise your hand, *3. No indications for public comment.
Okay, final item.
Adjournment.
Okay, with it. All right, without opposition, we are adjourned at 9:29 PM. Second meeting in a row before 9:30.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Good to see y'all. Take care.